Any public comment for closed session items?
Nothing on email.
All right,
Nobody here.
may we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Here.
Trustee Donnelly.
Here.
Trustee Dickinson.
Here.
Trustee Edmondson.
Present.
I knew it.
Yeah. All right, the board's gonna convene to close session at 5:51. All right, welcome, everybody. Let's start the meeting. It's what is it, 6:35. Our family is gonna come hopefully a little bit later, so we're gonna start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise. Put your hand on your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make it.
All right, do I have a second? I'll second. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The report out of closed session is we have nothing to report. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Do we have any public communications here? No. All right, moving on to standing reports.
All right, well, I'm just gonna reserve my reports because I have so many agenda items tonight, with the exception of I missed you guys last time, but my bolts are holding in place and my knee is in good stead. So I'm really happy to be back and be here with you guys.
Glad you're back.
Thank you.
I attended the governor's budget workshop at the COE on the 31st, which I'll be sharing that information with tonight. And also, I wanted to let you guys know the EV charging stations have been great. Staff is excited about them and everything seems to be going smoothly. So that's good. We're happy about that. We also met with the physical prioritization team, which was nice. And then Prop 28 with Jessica, Scott, and Callie. So
I'll piggyback on a few of those. Great to have you back, Jessica.
Thank you.
And I want to express my gratitude for the Racial Justice Task Force, who along with our consultant Nicole Anderson coordinated listening sessions with students during the school day at each of our school sites. And with a few parents, that was not as many as we maybe had hoped, but we had a few parents in the evening having a listening session. She's putting together a report for us, which we can learn from and continue our equity journey with. So thank you for everybody who participated in that, especially the students, all the way from kindergarten to 8th grade, when they were outstanding. A few of us attended a recent City of Capitola City Council meeting, all in an effort to leave no stone unturned with our communication about planned renovation of New Brighton Field. We're very grateful for the city council and city manager for inviting us. And it was well received. Architect Ralph LaRue came and showed some of the specifics. We had folks there in support of the measure. Jim Dupre, athletic director Enrique Domo, principal Christina Adrias. So good group coming to share all the information and well received by our local city council. A few of us, three of us, Carissa Lemos, M. Whitwell, and myself attended a recent County Office of Education LGBTQ+ huddle, which is a group that has come together in the county from districts around the county, all in the name of supporting the LGBTQ+ student community. It was an honor to be invited. We talked a little bit about some of the interactions we've had, including social media interactions, and how we have worked to try to make sure that our schools are always a safe place for all students, including those in the LGBTQ+ community. As Allison noted, we had a recent fiscal prioritization team, FPT for short. A lot of information shared about the budget, so thank you for that, Allison. And really a time for us to just start thinking about our priorities moving forward in the district, so that we can always make sure that we know what our priorities are and we fund as many of them as we can. So really glad to have input on that team. Thank you, Callie, for attending. We also have our 2 union presidents who attend, so we make sure that we try to make it as representative as possible. Last week and part of the week before was Kindness Week, which was one of the best events of the year. The schools go all out and getting behind that, and principals, teachers, everybody getting behind it. Students have a great time with it. And who can be against kindness, right? And I mean, it's the simplest, but the most elegant message is like, if we could just be kind to each other. So I think our teachers and staff relay that message to kids every day. So to take a week to emphasize it is great. And amongst all the people that work hard on that, special shout out to Sasha Talavera, who's our inclusion specialist in the district, who does lots of organizing in order to make it as convenient as possible to really dive into that week. And other than that, I just want to I want to invite everybody to tomorrow night's community forum. It may be a little chilly, so just bring a good jacket or something, but we'll have a good time talking about district initiatives and answering all of the community's questions. So we had to cancel it last week just because the pending storm was sounding pretty onerous. So we thought we'd err on the side of caution. So far, knock on wood, sounds like tomorrow night's going to be okay, just a little cold. So that's it for me.
Great, thanks. All right, CSEA?
That's not me.
Yeah.
President Dolmo did message me before. Somebody was scheduled to attend, but they had a conflict after all. And so he just said CSA has nothing to report tonight.
Right. SEA.
That's me. With
Yay.
my charger, like filling in for another. But it's all really good stuff, so happy to be watching good stuff. So Santa Cruz Gardens enjoyed an awesome build day in the collaboration with RAPT, their innovation lab. They celebrated their monthly character traits, honesty and cooperation, and assembly with a presentation by some fellow waterworks. Miss Jade launched Junior Green Team with lower grades, and Miss Simas will continue planning spirit days with their student leadership team. Hooray for wacky period. You Brighton teachers have enjoyed having kind of conference with students and as teams and with families. All of their after school sports options and activities are available to all students with snacks and Friday. It's been very much appreciated. At Main Street, our Apex fundraising just concluded with a lower grade dance party due to the weather on Thursday and upper grade fun run on Friday. That finished just in time before the rain. Some of Main Street's teachers and families were without power access to their homes over the weekend and through the start of the week. And all those people who work on, so all those people who helped getting electricity up and running and getting roads open, very much appreciated. As other sites to meet with families, determine how is best to meet students' needs during practice has been awesome. Local Clips is excited to introduce a new first grader. And SoCal has started our readathon. Kids are very motivated to read. Our daily meetings were very productive and showed growth and that our interventions are working. With conferences, we feel so fortunate for our support staff to attend. Our teachers know and appreciate that all that goes into knowing a child and best ways to support them. May we always have interpreters and counselors, please. Thank you. We hope everyone stays safe and well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, items from trustees? Who wants to start? You want me to start?
Thank you for the update, by the way.
I love these SEA updates with the updates from each site. So I know it takes work compiling them and getting it all together, but it's awesome for us all. Yeah. To hear them together in this meeting that also broadcast. So it's great. As far as my activities, I got to attend the listening session Scott mentioned previously, and it was really great to see that task force in person, see the outreach to the parent community, and hear a summary of what had happened during the day. So what our students had been able to share, and then get the parent participation. So thank you for that. And I'm excited to attend the LCAP Community Forum tomorrow.
I just want to thank you, as always, for the artwork, from wonderful artwork on here from Susie Blackburn's class at Soquel Elementary. And then the thank you notes to the board about the campuses or the campus at Main Street. The credit should go to the staff. I mean, thank you for the thoughtful cards, but the staff did all the work.
Yeah,
Oh, and
I echo that. That's really nice to see. And we've gotten a lot of wonderful emails and correspondence from teachers and families and things like that. And I thought that was really special. Today, as a matter of fact, I had the pleasure of going to District 2 supervisor luncheon where all 5 candidates for the supervisor role were there and talked about their policies and what they would do if they were supervisor. And it was a very, very interesting luncheon with very smart ideas bandied about. And I feel that whoever gets that and the voters vote in, the public will be well served either way. That's it for me.
I talked with the New Brighton Home and School Club about our vacancy because we're still looking for a new board member. So why? I attended the listening session for the Racial Justice Task Force, a meeting with the financial prioritization team. And then thank you guys so much for meeting with me about Prop 28. I'm excited for what that's going to look like next year.
And I had the pleasure of being with the student site council for New Brighton and talked to them about the open position as well. So
Oh, great.
yeah, it was fun to talk to a bunch of parents that are already involved and hopefully lead them on the path to the next step.
Great.
So,
All right. Anything else? No. Okay. All right. Let's move on to presentations. Would you like to start us off?
I would love to. Yeah, we have with us tonight Greg Eisen from Greg Eisen and Associates. And so I'll just give a little bit of background before I turn it over to him. Greg has worked with the district before. He's our district culture. He's not only worked with our district, but he's worked with districts across our county in other counties. But every county has its own personality and own flavor. And so he's worked in the capacity of supporting district bond measures and realizes the importance that these play. As I always say, there's not a lot of ways that districts can generate revenue. We get our LCFF and there's not a lot of else. So if you want to move above and beyond and do special things for your district, going after one of these kind of measures is often one of the only pathways. Greg was instrumental back in 2016 when the district passed its last bond measure of approximately $42 million. A well-run campaign in which the focus was on old portables and replacing them with modern classrooms. It's very meaningful that I think that there is proverbial money in the bank with the community that the district followed up on what was promised in those. And so, as you know, we recently passed an outline of a master facilities plan and lots of great ideas in that plan, and they'll continue to be fleshed out with input from our staff and community. But we need funding if we're going to really make most of those ideas in that master facilities plan a reality, including which fields, to me, is almost like the portables of 2024. Our fields, and it pains me to say this because I've been here 8 years, so I have to own it. Our fields are not what our students deserve. They just aren't. And so if we're ever going to really address that, we're going to have to find additional funding sources. And one possible funding source is a general obligation bond. General obligation bond requires 55% of the voters' approval. And I would just, again, frame it tonight for you that tonight, while this is not an action item, because we wouldn't pass a resolution to place an item on the ballot until summer. This is a chance for me. I always like to call it kind of like the head nod. Like if you hear this presentation is like, Scott, why did you even bring this? Okay, I'll know, we're not taking any future steps. If it's like, yeah, we're on the right track with this and there's general kind of consensus, then we can pursue kind of next steps and really getting serious about it with concepts just such as polling the community and those sorts of tasks. So with that kind of as a long-winded caveat, I'll turn it over to Mr. Greg Eisen, a good friend of the
Any
district.
questions?
Do you have any pets?
That's a great intro. Thank you. Okay, so I'm Greg Isom with Isom Advisors. So yeah, I've been working with SoCal, I believe, since 2015. Assisted in the 2016 bond measure, sold the bonds for the district. Currently work with some of your neighbors of Scotts Valley, San Lorenzo Valley, Pacific, Mountain, Happy Valley. So I did all their successful measures in Loma Prieta as well. So do a lot of work up and down the state of California. Take a lot of pride in some, you know, even like the conservative districts that we work in up in, you know, Shasta County, Siskiyou County, where like bond is like a 4-letter word sometimes. But you know, every community is truly unique. And so, you know, my job is to try to, you know, find the right balance between, you know, what's appropriate for what the district wants compared to what the community wants. And so before I kind of get into like kind of like next steps and how do you determine this, I'll just kind of give you kind of like an update on your bonds. So how bonds work, you'll see in the middle of this page here, it's based off of a couple of things. It's based off of the total assessed valuation, which is all the taxable property within the boundaries of your school district, from residential to commercial to ag to industrial to whatever it is. It all has a value, okay? And you can see in 2016, when the district did its bond, the total value is 4.889 billion. And you can see what it is right now, 7.369 billion. So every single year, your tax base, pretty much on average, has been growing over 5%. Okay. You know, it's one of the more steady tax bases that I've seen kind of in California. And a lot of times you'll have some negative growth or a 2% here, but it's just pretty steady 5%. Okay. The history on the right-hand side, 2002 voters passed a $15 million bond, 71%, 42 million, 2016, 71%. You've sold all your bond money, so you have nothing left. I believe you've spent all your bond money, so there's nothing left. And your tax rate for 23-24 right now is $33.07 per 100,000 assessed value, which actually for having 2 bonds on the ballot is extremely low, because the maximum that you can ask your voters to approve for a local bond of 55% is $30 per 100,000 of assessed value. So you did a bond in 2002, you did a bond in 2016, right? Conceivably, that tax rate should actually be closer to $60 per 100,000. But the fact that your tax base has grown so much, you know, like the pie has gotten bigger. And so that just means that everyone's tax rate has actually gotten smaller because more people are kind of paying into it. Okay. That second bullet point there, gross bonding capacity. This is a term that the state of California applies to school districts. It doesn't mean, you know, bonding capacity. A lot of people say, well, Greg, what's my bonding capacity? That doesn't mean how much can you do a bond for. That just means, what does the state of California say that you can legally put your community up, you know, into debt up to? Okay. So it's just a formula where you take your 7.369 billion, you multiply it by 1.25% as an elementary district. That's what the state says. Subtract out your outstanding debt, which then gives you 48.9 million, which means that at this exact date right now, if you had $48.9 million of bonds to sell, you could legally sell it right now. Okay. So this $48.9 million number is going to change every single year, because sometimes you're paying off principal debt, but then also your assessed value is either going to go up or it's going to go down, right? So historically, for the last 10 years, you guys have been going up. So AV going up, principal being paid off. Probably next year, that 48.9 million is going to be closer to like 53, 54 million. Okay. Any questions so far? Not all at once. That's a lot of info.
It's a lot. It's a
But
lot. of info.
this is the how you make the sausage. Okay. The next page shows you the sausage, but realistically, as I said, you know, what are the important takeaways? And the box on the right-hand side, that's just the history. Okay. When it comes to that middle page with the assessed value, you know, those are just the numbers. That just says, you know, how big is your tax base? And every single community has different values. That last bullet point, while it sounds kind of tricky because you're taking all these numbers and multiplying it, the only thing that's important to know is 48.9 million right now. Okay. Besides that, this is pretty, just a pretty boring page. I wouldn't even think too much about this page, because it doesn't really get into it doesn't really even get into how much can you generate. It doesn't get into what your voters want to do. This is just like, you could go on the county website and find all this information. Okay.
And
Is that our current bond is 48.9 million? Or are you?
48.9 million is how much the state of California says you can put your district into debt up to at this exact moment right now.
And you're saying next year we can put them into debt another $5 million.
And then after that, it's honestly, it's a silly number. Okay, now I'm gonna get into the weeds a little bit right now. Okay, but it's fine because you guys seem to be kind of interested in this stuff when some people are like, all right, next page. So this was back in 2000. Voters approved something called Prop 39, which is what took the threshold down of bonds from 2/3 down to 55%. Okay. And with that, there were a bunch of taxpayer safeguards, which said that, historically you could ask for any tax rate that you wanted. If you're a school district prior to Prop 39, you could ask for any tax rate you wanted. You could ask for a $200 tax rate. Okay. And so they said, nope, it can only be capped at $30 if you're an elementary or high school, or $60 if you're a unified school district. And so if you're going to do 55%, you have to have a cap. Number two, there's no more secret election dates. Before, you do like an election on like Valentine's Day, right? Because no one's going to come out to vote, and you just totally swing the vote towards whatever you're trying to do. So they said, okay, if you're going to do a 55% election, it has to be on a regularly scheduled election date when everyone is going to be voting. So right now it's the primaries for gubernatorial, presidential, general election for gubernatorial, presidential. Okay. They said you have to have a detailed project list. So no more, we're going to fix our schools. Give me $100 million. Total mismanagement of money. Right. So they said you have to have a detailed project list, not crazy specific like the type of flooring, but you have to say flooring. Right. You also have to have a citizens oversight committee. I'm sure you remember dealing with the citizens oversight committee.
Absolutely.
Their job, made up of community members, is to ensure that what you told the voters you're going to spend your money on, that you actually did that as a district. They're kind of like your auditors, right? So they check the box. Yep, we give you a passing grade. Okay. And so and then the 48.9 million was the state of California said, okay, well, you can't just ask for $1 billion. You have to stay within this limit. Okay. But what's unique though, is that 4 years ago, the state of California was receiving all these waivers from all these school districts because everyone was exceeding their bonding capacity limit. Because, the state of California pretty much said 10 years ago, Jerry Brown says, we're wiping our hands clean. We're not going to be really in the business of giving schools money for facilities anymore. Pass your own local measures. Right. And so all these districts said, okay, we'll do that. And so they started creeping up to this 48.9 million, and then they actually started exceeding it. And the state says, well, you can get a waiver from us. We just have to show that you're going to, spend the bonds properly, efficiently. And so they have granted, all these waivers to every school district that's ever asked for one. But the state was so tired of receiving all these waivers that they tried to, in the 2020 Prop 13 bond, remember, it was supposed to be the facilities bond, but everyone thought it had to do with property taxes. And so it went down in a blaze of glory. They were actually going to change the bonding capacity percent to 2%. Long-winded way of, you don't need to worry about bullet point number 2.
I have just a simple question.
Yeah.
Why is it just, the total value? Why is there more money? Is it just that the property values are worth more, or?
Yeah. So, how did the total value go from 4.8 to 7.3?
Why is the pie bigger?
The pie's bigger because anytime that a house gets sold, it gets reassessed to whatever the market value is when they sell it. Okay. So any property, if you're an old grandma like my mom who's been living in her house, same house since 1974, her assessed value is probably like 180,000. If she were to sell her home, it's going to be $1 million. So anytime that a property gets sold, it gets reassessed.
Okay.
Anytime that a new business, new homes get built, that pie gets bigger when new homes are being built. So all that coupled together is what makes your tax base grow. All right. Sausage time. All right. So how much can you actually access through a Prop 39 $30 per 100,000 of assessed value measured? Okay. You can see the maximum. I broke it down into kind of different scenarios. You'll see there's a $19, $25, $30 scenario. And if you scroll to the right, you'll see Series A 2025, Series B 2027, Series C 2029, and then it has these amounts of 43.1, 56.6, $68 million. Okay. The reason why I have different tax rates is just to give you an idea on how much each amount can kind of generate, because I ultimately say, while you may want to maximize your bond dollars at the $30 to get 68, your community might not want to. So if your community says, nah, I'm not interested in 30, which we have seen multiple times, they say, well, I'm only interested in doing a $19 tax rate. Well, that gives you an idea on how much that's going to generate. Okay, so that's one. Two, you'll see series A, B, C. Why is it broken up into series? Okay. One, because it generates more proceeds, because by delaying bond sales, you're actually allowing your tax base to continue to grow. Okay. And two, the law says that you cannot sell more than what you can spend within kind of, let's say, on average, a 3-year period. So when like LA Unified passes a bond for $5 billion, you can't sell $1 billion because there's no way you'll ever be able to spend that money in this time frame, And so the state of California and the law says that, you can sell a bond, you can actually collect interest on that bond for up to 3 years. Okay. After that 3-year period, if you're collecting interest, you have to get it back. Okay. So I've seen some districts who, said, well, how much can I spend? I'm going to maximize as much as I can. I'm going to collect an extra $1 million of interest on this. What you can actually, put towards your construction program. Okay. So these are different bond proceed amounts. You'll see I'm using AV growth. See that super fine print right underneath the boxes assumes AV growth of 3.5%. Okay. That goes back to that previous page, which shows you guys have been growing 5.36%. Okay. The reason I'm using 3.5 as opposed to 5 is because when you're projecting assessed value growth rates into the future, if you assume 5% and you only grow at 4%, what happens is the tax rate will actually go up. Okay. The reason why your tax rate's only $33 is because the assumptions that went into the original bond programs were probably 3.5%, maybe 4% at the most. And so when you are exceeding the projections, the county tax collector says, okay, well, your projections say I'm supposed to levy a tax of $30 to generate this $100,000. But since the tax base actually grew at 5% as opposed to 4%, I only need to levy a tax rate of $28 to generate this $100,000 to pay back bondholders. So compound that for the last 8 years shows why your tax rate is so low. Okay. So if I'm using 3.5% growth rate in 30-year bond terms, which is kind of the standard for school bonds in the state of California, that's how this gets cooked to $68 million at a maximum. If you look at the second bullet point that says at more aggressive growth rates or a larger bond program, you could generate up to $79 million. So if I took that 3.5% and I bumped it to 4%, already I'm probably looking at about, $71 million just by going from 3.5 to 4. Okay. If I went from 3.5 or 3.5 to 4.25, you can see how that number can drastically change. Or if you said, man, there's no way I'm going to be able to spend $23 million each time we sell a bond. Well, maybe, you'll have a series D of 2031, right? And now your bond amount's going to be $79 million, but as opposed to $23 million chunks, it's going to go down to $17 million chunks. Hey, there's so many ways to scramble this egg. And ultimately the decision is up to you guys. Because last time when we made this presentation, you're originally supposed to sell 3 bond sales. Guys, it's been a structure like this to get to the 42 million, but your tax base grew higher than projected and interest rates were super low. And so we were able to not just have to sell it in 3 chunks, we actually sold it in 2 chunks. So you got your money quicker, cheaper, paid less fees, and you're able to get your construction done sooner rather than later, right? So that's something that we monitor when we're setting up bond programs, because if there's an opportunity for you guys to sell all of it, and you can spend it, well, then that's what you should do. Okay. So this is just kind of giving you like a rough draft analysis of what a bond program could look like. Because when voters approve something, all they approve is the amount and the projects. They don't approve a tax rate. They don't approve interest costs. They don't approve when you sell it. That's all up to you guys. The term, up to you. Interest costs, is now a good time to sell? Up to you guys. Okay, so you have a lot of control on when to access your money. My job is to tell you if you can't access it. Okay. Questions on page 4?
Does that mean that, for example, with 2025, 27, and 29, that we will keep asking voters during those years?
Great question. No, so you go to the voters, let's just use the $68 million number. They approved $68 million. So that gives you the authority to sell up to this amount. So imagine you have $68 million and it's on a shelf. And then when you want to, you just draw down on that 68 million. And so for basic math, you can almost assume that a $23.6 million for Series A is the equivalent of about a $10 tax rate. Okay, so each time you sell one of them, it's not an extra 30 on top of a 30. This is a flat $30 tax rate to generate 68 million bucks. And so if you were to pass a $30 tax rate, that would go on top of the $33.07 that's already on people's tax bills right now. Okay.
Is that different from a parcel tax, like where the parcel tax, doesn't that usually say a set number of years?
Parcel taxes are a set number of years. Yeah. So when you go to the voters for a parcel tax, you say, we're going to approve a $99 per parcel for 6 years, right? No interest cost on per parcels. You got to get a 2/3 vote as opposed to 55%. You know, parcel taxes go to a completely different, you know, it's for programs and teachers as opposed to this is actually for buildings and facilities and floors.
Yeah.
Okay. So I always say you guys may want to do it, but your voters might not want to. Okay. So here is the political makeup of your community. So 19,000 total voters, 60% of your voters are Democrats. It says 91% of voters. I mean, everyone gets a ballot now, but this was kind of like a couple years ago before, where it was like, how many people of your voters like actually like say I'm going to go to the polls versus, you know, I'm a permanent absentee voter. Older voting population, you know, you're not total dinosaurs like, you know, some parts of Sonoma County, but you're old. And that's not, you know,
Thank you.
I didn't say you guys are not. I normally get a laugh when I make that joke. It's a can't.
I'm in the blue part, I guess. No, I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you get the blue, we're gonna have a party.
You know, and so, but when it comes to districts with tax measures, you know, there's good demographics and there's bad demographics. And I give the example, you know, if I'm up in Shasta County, you know, or Siskiyou or Lassen or Modoc, where I've done bonds, you know, you're looking at, you know, half the voters are 65 and older. You're looking at, you know, 60% of the voters are Republicans, you know, and generally Republicans tend to be a little bit more conservative when it comes to taxes. Democrats tend to be not as conservative, you know. And so, as I said, it's your demographics on paper are actually really good when it comes to passing tax measures. You know, with your parcel taxes, you've always come super close, you know, at achieving the 2/3. Parcel taxes are so difficult to pass. They really are. And you've come super close like 3 times. I didn't want to rub that in.
Well, it's the timing of the elections too.
I totally agree. I mean, COVID, I think you had a
Yeah.
COVID
Crazy,
election.
yeah.
You know, the November of 18 was super
So-
close. You know, but you know, so what's your demographics? Why they're not perfect? What makes them not perfect is just, you know, some of the older voters, because these are the voters who don't necessarily have kids in school, right? These are going to be your voters who are saving up for retirement, you know, that are putting in their 401k. And like, it's funny. I have 4 kids from 15 to 7. And it's like, my wife and I were talking about like, man, as soon as our kids are out of elementary school, I'm never setting, you know, foot on that school ever again. Like fundraisers, parents get tired of fundraisers for their elementary kids, almost like the pumpkin one, but you know, like we've seen it in surveys to where you would think that the people who get surveyed who had kids who went through the school system would be super supportive because they've seen the needs, and they're actually not as supportive as the people who have no connection to the schools. It's fast. I mean, every community is different. I'd say 95% of the time that's the case. So I'd be curious to see what your numbers look like. You know, are your senior citizens super supportive of the schools, even though they have zero connection? Maybe, you know, normally what we've been finding is that 55 to 64-year-old demographic is the demographic where we have the least amount of support. And it kind of follows this trend of this is when kids are out and they're done. You know, 18 to 44, that's your bread and butter. 45 to 54, it depends. But as I said, overall, it's very good demographics when it comes to this stuff. Okay. Voter turnout. So there are good election dates and there's bad election dates. Okay. Bad election dates. What do you think constitutes a bad election date? It's good. Ask for fun.
Nothing
Bad
interesting on the
election
ballot.
Yeah, mail only ballot, in March, that's horrible.
Mail ballot in March is terrible, but
Well, now it's primary, but before the primaries, when the first parcel tax, tried that, and that was crazy, so that was a horrible election time.
Well-
Even the primary just has a lot less than the general election, especially when all the props now have gone from the primary to the general. I think we only have one prop on for the primary. The other 9 or 10 are all going to be on the general election. So obviously a much higher turnout in the
Right,
general
right.
election than you will have in a
And who's
primary.
running?
and is that a good thing or a bad thing? Higher turnout.
I would say it's a good thing, and people voting.
When it comes to tax measures, is it a good thing?
We have to have at least, what, 55% of the,
55% of whoever shows up to vote.
oh,
Yeah.
wow, well then, no. I want 5 people.
No,
I think
that in November, I think that the turnout, I think it would be positive for the bond. Because we have more voters than left. Or
So,
But they're aged and they're not as interested.
but ready? This is I would say generally, because until I see scientific data, I don't know. But generally speaking, who shows up in a March election?
Engaged people.
Yeah,
Generally
right,
super
right.
engaged people. And who are super engaged people?
Retired
people.
people.
Grandpas. No, generally, it's a pretty conservative electorate that shows up in any primary, like a June, primary for governor race. Who shows up?
What's the percentage of people that don't realize it's a primary in March? It's just a special election and thinking June's gonna come along.
I'll bet you that your high propensity voters know 100% that there is an election in March. And I'll bet you your mid propensity voters and your mid propensity voters know that there's an election in March and they don't care. And your low propensity voters have no idea what's going on right now. And that's why they only generally show up in a November presidential election, because it's all over the place. I mean, there's nothing on the news right now. There's no like signs that, like general elections, there's signs all over the town. There's all the debates, there's all the hype. That's why you get crazy turnout.
You get all the TV commercials.
All the
Right now,
TV
it's
commercials.
Shift and we're gonna get orders soon. But yeah, he's all over the air.
You went to my high school.
I'm sorry.
Sidebar.
That's not, I didn't record that, did I? No. So, yes, you did. So historically, sorry,
I think, we're gonna finish this, right?
I'm almost done in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, no, no,
We just-
take your
And
time.
then super item next anyway.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it
yeah.
goes right up.
Oh, sorry.
No,
It's
you're
just a
good.
few minutes away.
Yeah, you're
folks.
good. No, you're good.
I'm like, I can wrap this up right now.
You're
So
good.
super high turnout generally is better because you have more electorate and your younger voter, your parents, almost no parents are going to come vote in March, but they will vote in November. Okay. And you can see the trends right here. June of 18, 41%, November of 2020, 85%, November of 2022, 67. Probably November of 2024 is going to be 80% plus, right? I mean, that's what you guys did in 2016. And I remember having a debate with your board member right here about what you're supposed to do. And I said, with you remember, when it comes to, high turnout elections, it's not a matter of trying to get people to go vote. They're going to go vote. It's a matter of getting your message out. It's a matter of making sure that people know what they're voting on, as opposed to polling and prodding. And you don't need signs. You don't need to do phone banks. You just got to give them the right information. Okay. So I'm feeling a little bit of pressure to finish this up.
No.
No. You guys make me feel a little weird. So let's just wrap this up.
Oh, yeah, Greg is very sensitive to them.
Yeah.
We'll give you a fidget after you're done.
Must have been that whole high school class.
I wasn't there. I wasn't here. Okay. So if this is something that is of interest to you guys, I'd assume that I'm here because I've been told there are facility needs here, unfinished needs that haven't been met. Okay. Update needs list master plan. Sounds like you guys have that. Board meeting to approve exploring the feasibility of a bond. I use the word exploring in quotes because that's all that you're really doing is giving direction. So, I'm not committing to doing a bond right now, but I'm open to the idea of exploring to see if this is something that our community is open to, because you never know. Maybe your community says absolutely not. Didn't we just do a bond in 2016? You have no idea until you ask the question, because maybe your voters love you guys and they're totally willing to do it. Maybe they're not. So prepare and conduct a survey. That could be done in February. Board meeting survey results presentation. So shockingly, people still take phone surveys. Right? If it's a local issue, you know, if we're doing a survey, you know, would you be willing, you know, I'm calling on behalf of the Elect Adam Schiff campaign. People probably aren't going to take that survey because they don't care that much. But if you said, I'm calling on behalf of the SoCal Union School District, right? People are going to be like, ooh, something local, very interested. Okay. And also, you know, people who take phone surveys match your demographic that you guys have, right? So that's going to be a pretty accurate response that we would get. So based off of the survey results, we present that in March, maybe early April, depending on, you know, how quickly the data can come in. If it looks really good, you'd say, hey, green light, let's keep going. You know, let's go to the next step, which is let's speak to some key stakeholders in town, some elected officials, get their buy and say, hey, what are your thoughts? Do you like this idea? Do you like this projects? Oh, you don't like the tax rate? Well, what tax rate's appropriate for you, right? In the survey, we ask questions about projects. You know, we ask questions about how they feel about the district. I always, you know, sometimes districts feel awkward about that. I remember you guys did before, but I said, it's valuable information. It may hurt your feelings, but it's valuable information. And then we ask tax rate questions because a lot of people don't realize that bonds actually cost money. So we want to know, we tell them it's going to cost you potentially this much money. Are you open to it or are you not open to it? And then if it looks good, we bring it forward. If the stakeholder meetings look good, that's when we kind of marry the two, the survey of the average community member with the key stakeholders. And if they all say go full speed ahead, that's when a resolution would come to you guys at your June board meeting. And then it kind of takes all the political pressure off of you because this doesn't turn into the Scott Turnbull bond program, right? This is the community's bond program. You are following what they have asked you to do. So if they don't like a project, take it off the list. If they don't like a $30 tax rate, don't force it down their throats. Do the $25 tax rate or the 19, whatever they say they're willing to support. Okay. And that's why, as I said, you generally, I think you'd be successful as long as you follow kind of these steps. I think you'll be very successful.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We have a lot of questions, I'm sure. Who, anyone?
Everyone's looking at me.
Yeah.
We're just a questioning board.
I don't have questions because I've been through it before and
Okay.
I have pretty good recollection of last time. I think my general statement is how important it is for us to hear, you know, from the ground coming up what the needs are, right? Because that's what's so incredibly important for everyone to be on board and have the same page. So yes, we want to pull the community, but even prior to that, obviously, like having the finger on the pulse of our staff, student, family, community needs for our facilities, which I think, you know, we're already in a great spot for that, but it doesn't work if it's just coming down from us, and we all know that. Yeah.
And this doesn't have anything to do with New Brighton. We're set with New Brighton.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, because we're
Yeah.
moving forward with the New
Yeah.
Brighton from the matching funds that we have from the last bond. That money's in our coffers. This is separate.
oh.
When does that money have to be spent?
There's no deadline, but we're gonna use it all up on that field.
Yeah, right on. It will be all used up on the field? Okay, yeah, I think, just from my perspective, I appreciate your time. I mean, it's very thorough. I feel like I have a much better grasp than I did coming in, and I even called Scott yesterday about this. I guess the one thing I think I'd be really interested in is finding exactly what we need. Put a price tag against everything, have a very firm plan of if we were to do a bond, where it would go to and what it would provide for our community and our kids. And then have a little bit more information, and then depending on what those needs are and how much money we needed and what the urgency was of it, certainly talk to you about exploring the possibility of a bond, and sounds like a logical couple of steps.
And then is some of the information that we get, what a homeowner already has on their tax bill? The things that they already are paying? Is that information that we would
You mean
know?
like the Santa Cruz High School District bond and a
Yeah,
hospital?
Cabrillo
and-
College and all the
Mhm.
various things that a
You
homeowner-
normally don't include that in a survey.
So we wouldn't know that when we're asking.
Correct, because
Oh,
I mean, ultimately, when someone actually votes on something, they're not gonna have all that information either. So the purpose of the survey is just like dedicated to your specific district, because when the average person votes on something, they get their absentee ballot. and they're going to, read, and they're going to get to this little box that says, to improve the quality of education. They'll say, SoCal bond. And so we actually prepare a sample 75 words, read it to them verbatim, and they say, would you vote yes or would you vote no? And you're gonna say, really, that's it? Yeah, because the average person tunes out all the politics that's going on. And so we want to know base case, how do you feel off of this language right here? I feel like if you were to give them too much of, like, I've heard people say, well, hey, can we tell them about all the good things that we've been doing? No, because that's going to skew the data. Well, can we tell them that there's already all these tax rates on the board? No, because that's going to skew the data. We could maybe ask a question, which talks about, would you be supportive if you knew that, there's already all these taxes on your tax bill? I mean, I know how that's going to turn out, it'll be terrible. Right. So it's just a way that you phrase questions. So the purpose of what I would try to do is just try to make it just plain vanilla.
But to piggyback on that, for our purposes,
Yeah.
like when it comes to the board and we've got the information.
Oh,
on the
yeah,
survey,
no, I can get that to you
right, that would
easily.
be helpful information. Because I remember too getting ballots mail and that property tax statement comes real close in time to when you're.
October.
Yeah. So,
Correct.
so, if you are comparing your ballot to your tax statement, it's helpful. So
Yeah,
it's helpful information for us to have.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I
on
can,
the
so I
survey.
thought you meant, sorry, I can get that for
Yeah.
you. Yeah, pretty easy.
okay, yeah, that sounds great. And then I just wanted to understand, partial tax versus tax rate per 100,000. So then that's, is that like a home's sale value? And
So
then-
how it works is, so it all depends on what your home is assessed at.
Yeah.
Right. So, if someone just recently bought their home and it gets reassessed, it's at $1 million. That's your new assessment. You're paying off of that. So a $30 tax rate to that $1 million means that homeowner is paying $300 a year. Okay. If you've been living in your home, like my mom, and let's just say her assessed value is 100,000, even though their home value is worth $1 million, she is paying $30 a year. So how bonds work as opposed to parcel taxes, everyone pays the same rate no matter what.
Yeah,
Whether you're the millionaire, or whether you're old grandma hanging out in the shack, you pay the same rate. Okay. Bonds work where it's the same tax rate, but it's applied differently because it's based off of the assessed value. So every single one of your neighbors on your street has the same tax rate of $30 per 100,000, but all of you have different values of what the assessment is on your property. So you may be, if you bought your home in the last 2 years, that's going to be what your assessment pretty much is going to be.
yeah,
If you've been living in your home for 30 years, it's going to be way lower than the neighbor who just bought it.
yeah. Okay.
Now I have a follow-up question real quick. I can't remember. Is there a senior exemption for bonds or only
No.
parcel taxes?
Only parcel taxes. I mean, kind of the exemption has to do with AV. And so if you're a senior citizen who's been living in your home for 50 years, that's kind of the
Right.
exemption.
Got it. Okay.
And that's not our choice, is it? Is that could?
No, there are 0 exemptions for senior citizens when it comes to school bonds.
Okay.
Do you happen to know what the last parcel tax did not get, what the percentage
Oh,
of
it was-
voters?
Like
Well, in 2018, it
like
was,
0.3.
it was 66.2. And we needed to get to 66.6.
That was the 2018 one.
Yeah,
6.2?
it was like, in some way you could boil it down to about
Wasn't
50
it?
votes.
I'll look it up right
I
now.
was gonna say, wasn't it 2020 though? Because it was right before. COVID.
But that one actually went
Oh.
down a little bit.
Oh,
I always
okay.
reference the
Got it.
2018 one because that number is 66.2,
yeah.
just.
Yeah.
March of 2020, even in the worst election date in the history of school districts election dates was March of 2020. That was the bloodbath.
Right.
Where only 33% of school bonds passed statewide and parcel taxes also fared poorly. Even then, the COVID election, you guys got 63.51%.
All right, any other questions or
That was a
comments?
community. Jen, was community.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do it
Yeah,
on email.
Oh, we have a question for you on email.
Great.
And so, this is from our union president, teachers union president, Donna Renee Martin. Apologies if I'm not interpreting the discussion correctly. She is. But it sounds like the district is investigating pursuing a bond. If so, how might that impact the potential future parcel tax the district may wish to pursue. Thank you. I mean, I will just say, like, one doesn't negate or support the other. I guess it would be, it's common sense would say, like, you may have a consideration, do you want to go out 2 elections in a row for another measure? You know, general obligation bond, followed by parcel tax, and that would all go down to investigating it again, just like we're doing, just like we're considering doing with this one. There is also the possibility, and we've heard this a lot, but it seems like that has a little bit more traction now, the possibility that the parcel tax threshold could come down from 2/3 to 55%. And so that's something to consider for future elections. I don't know, would you add
Correct.
anything to that?
No, I mean, a lot of, well, are you, by doing a bond, is that gonna hinder your parcel tax? No, I mean, voters generally, balance them differently. And as I said, you passed your parcel tax, or you passed your bond in November, and then your parcel tax was 2 years later, which 66 and change. And then he's like, oh, let's wait 2 years later, and it ended up being worse. So, I mean, there's so many variables that go into parcel taxes: economy, what's the money being used for, what's going on at the time, who's running for what. I mean, honestly, parcel taxes will pass. It all depends on what tax rate you use. And so, but that's the balance that school districts do. You're saying, well, heck, if I do a parcel tax for $20, I know that'll win, but is that going to accomplish what we actually need? And so it's just trying to find that balance between what are your needs versus what is your community willing to do. And you've barely lost both times.
And those are your figures, the 19, the 25, and the 30, or is
Those are
that,
mine.
is that some sort of an industry standard?
No, that's just showing you just basic, numbers rather than saying 30, 20, 10, because a lot of school districts it's kind of like the 1999, when you never say $20, right? And so rather than saying 20, I say 25, right? That's all that it is.
Okay.
Great. Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, this is the best part of our night. We'd like to circle back.
Oh, sorry, we got interrupted.
Well, you got pretty good hearing back there.
Yeah, sorry.
There's first. It's still the best part of our night. We have our student pledge leader. Would you like to come up and say on it? Oh, yeah. Did you want
I
to?
would love to read what her teacher wrote about her.
Perfect.
And then we're gonna let you read the pledge. Okay, this is Itzy. She's a 4th grader in Miss Shank's class. And Miss Shank said that she was thrilled to nominate Itzy as the student pledge leader at this month's board meeting. She is a stellar student who speaks both Spanish and English fluently. She puts in 100% effort into all of her assignments. And because of her dedicated hard work, she is growing very much in school. She exemplifies the Main Street way. She is respectful, she is responsible, she's honest and caring. She is respectful because she is polite to her classmates and all adults on campus. She is responsible in that she does all of her homework and classwork, as well as follows instructions and stays on task. She is honest because she takes responsibility for all of her behaviors. And when she makes a mistake, finally, she is caring because she takes the time to do her best on her assignments and gives care and attention to her peer relationships. We are so proud to have Itzy as a role model for our Main Street community and our larger SoCal Union Elementary School District community. So that was a great. And then one big claim to fame is Itzy was our spelling bee winner this year.
Wow.
So she gets to represent us, so. Great.
Great.
I'll let you read the pledge. Do you have your paper? Okay.
You rise?
You
Should
can
we
tell it's
stand
a
up?
stand.
All right.
I pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do you have any questions for Itzy, or?
We have a pledge. Did you want to? Or I mean.
Yeah,
with
I think she already read this. She just read that. But yeah.
All right, we have it, it's nice and printed out for you to take home. Did we Want to go into questions and then?
What was read is the same that's on the,
Sorry.
on that.
No, I actually like.
So good.
Yeah, yeah.
Sports.
Much better for you than me, so.
I gotta say, I love your shoes, your boots. Those are so cool. You think I get away with a pair of those? And you have a- Oh, there we go. There you go. And a wonderful smile too. You really brightened up the room here tonight and thank you for coming in. Was it raining outside? Yep. Yeah, okay. I thought I heard something. Well, you had some wonderful words from your principal and your teacher. So you are an awesome student, it sounds like. Is there anything you like? Oh, it's spelling bee. That's right. So were you gonna go now with the spelling bee? You say you're gonna represent,
Yeah.
okay,
Represent-
so county level.
Wow,
Okay,
that's
great.
exciting.
Well, I got some more for you, Ted. Go for it. All right, okay, this was my fault. She read the first part. I didn't realize it was a little second section. Is it okay if I read that? This is what they wrote about you personally, kind of what your interests are and everything like that. Yeah, is that cool? Okay. Itzy wants to be an astrophysicist when she grows up. Why wait? She has held on to that vision for a long time now, and I have confidence that she will make it because she is so intelligent, confident, and hardworking. Itzy's favorite painting is Frida Kahlo's self-portrait with a thorn necklace and hummingbird, because she said it is vibrant and graceful, and the brushstrokes go up and down and sideways evenly, like how a river flows. Ooh, that's,
Poetic.
oh yeah, take you to some museums.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
cool. Okay, why an astrophysicist?
Because it just fascinates me how the universe is so big and how there's just so much space.
Yeah, space and other planets and, oh my gosh, that's cool. My kids don't even know what an astrophysicist is. The best thing you do. That's wonderful, really cool. So would you want to be an astronaut someday and go into space, or are you more on the science side?
Science.
On the science
Wow,
side?
that's neat.
Cool. Right on.
I'm wondering what your favorite thing about Main Street School is.
Probably the fact that they give us everything that we need. Like for they don't make us provide it for ourselves.
Yeah,
That
that
warms
feels
my heart.
fair. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, I like
Take
that.
it for granted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is there anything that you would want that you don't have
Um,
besides a pony?
no.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What do you like to do when you're not at school?
Probably play with my dog.
Oh. We love hearing about kids' pets. You want to tell us a little bit about your dog?
Well, she's a Yorkshire Terrier, and she's really tiny,
Uh-huh.
but she can run very fast.
You have to run after her sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh,
That's good.
yeah. They like to run.
Yeah, it's super fun for us having you here and it might have been hard to get here, cold night, lots going on, so we really appreciate you.
Yeah.
We were preparing for tomorrow. Oh. Well, maybe we'll see you tomorrow also. We got something going on, but I can't see you tomorrow.
You came in at a perfect
Yeah,
time.
it was.
I like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Right in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you guys at the New Brighton Fair Day? Oh my, I totally remember you guys. I took a picture with you guys in your Yorkie.
Oh.
That is so really, when you said that, I totally remember in your clothes and your outfit. That's right, man. I don't even remember me, but it was great seeing you guys there. That was really cool. I think I still got that picture too. Yeah, my wife loved it. She's a big Yorkie fan. So anytime I see a Yorkie, I'm obligated to take a picture and send it on. Cute dog.
Well, we are so excited to have you and thank you for giving the pledge. Would you like to pick out a prize? And then everyone else, we can get ready for a photo. Can we take a photo together? Yeah.
But the get your prize first.
Yeah, come get your prize and.
Do you have any
and we'll
brothers
do
or
that.
sisters?
I have one brother.
Would you want to take something for your brother too? Good. Nice. That'll keep him busy for days.
He's still looking.
Robert? I'm hanging out with Itzy. Wow, that's great. Yeah. You're gonna go down front?
Where are we going up here now? Maybe it's a good night. Yeah, we do.
Are we-
Do whatever you say.
Move it.
What did you do?
Oh.
Like.
Last minute.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Or comfort.
Come on in.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Wow, thanks for coming in.
To answer the question of the spelling bee, there were only like 3-4 graders and the rest was 6th graders.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's even more impressive.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. If you have things to do at home, feel free. You don't have to stick around for our meeting. But thank you for coming, but you are welcome to stay. Yes.
Next time you have to bring the Yorkie.
When I did it, I was like, no.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, Nancy. Oh, it's,
Yeah.
yes. There we go. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Great family.
All right. That was
Yeah.
great.
So glad.
It was, yeah. All right. Miss Kay, did you want to, you're not, I'm done. No. All right.
Okay, so I'm excited.
Okay.
Yes, but no, you're good. It's all good. Don't worry about
The
it.
segue, is there a
It's
segue?
all you.
Other person.
No, it's no big deal. Nicole Killian's gonna present. There we go. I had a long speech prepared. I did not.
I did that once.
It's hard to follow it, see who wants to be. the
I know, I know.
astrophysicist, But I am pretty excited and grateful for the career that I'm able to have, and it's a delight to be able to come and share with you about Main Street. It's a privilege to share about a school community that really glows, and I felt like this picture illuminates. And that's a little bit of a play on words, but what a beautiful evening, what a beautiful facility in an incredible setting and a really dedicated staff and community. So as a new leader to the school, part of my values and what I strive to do is to really listen, to learn, to collaborate, to create visual goals and achieve them. And I've never met a group of people that are willing to openly share and to collaborate and to come to mutual shared agreements. So that's why some of the taglines are up there, right? That's something we crafted together. We are Main Street. It's kind of goes back to a show that you may have seen that was an Amazon series around a team and really building that team spirit, knowing that together as a community, we can accomplish those goals. And it takes a team to believe. And so really having that faith, believing the best of each other and the best of our students and really addressing the needs of the whole child. So we want to be a team because we know that each person has an equal role and part in developing that whole child, that it's a collective effort. It takes, a village, so to speak, to move not just an individual student, but a class and an entire site forward. And it really is aligning our arrows, so to speak, aligning our goals, aligning our vision, and being able to craft that together. So as a leader, trying to see them as individual leaders of their classroom, also leaders as grade levels, and this vertical alignment piece as well as the rest of the support staff that fill in those pieces that we need to support the whole child. So tonight's really about celebrating Main Street. And I thought I would do it more in a pictorial and narrative form and tell some stories about what's happening. And so the next few slides will show some specific examples of that. The next slide, I think I'm in control of that. There it is. I want to address some academic growth at Main Street. So we know that Main Street has strong instruction, right? And Anita Archer said it best that, strong instruction is strong instruction. You can't replace strong instruction. It has, it's multiple, it has ripple effects of impact, right? Dimensional impact. And so you can never replace that. What happens in the classroom when it's strong will seep into our students, and you'll see and reap that growth. So how does that look in tier 1? And how does that look in tier 2? So when I address the tiers, I'm talking about the MTSS structure, right? Or multiple tiered system of support, which we follow through the state of California, saying what does everybody get? What do some students need? And what do a few of them need so that they have access? And I love that Itzy said, I have my needs provided. Isn't that the best? Because that speaks exactly to what we're trying to do. So addressing it through the multiple tiered systems of support is a way to do that, both academically and social emotionally. So starting with academics, you know, part of that is just utilizing, right, our core materials, making sure that we are providing that training, that our teachers are really well versed in their core materials, and they're using them with integrity and implementing them because they are based on our state standards. They are sequential, they build upon each other so that students are able to grow through those as they build through the year. And then it shows up in our assessments, right? Our diagnostics that show us their proficiencies. And we'll get to that in a minute too, about around data and how we support them through that. But we also want to be clear about what we are teaching students. So if you're familiar with John Hattie, he talks about effect size, what we do as educators that have the most impact on student learning. And really teacher clarity is the critical thing. So really continuing to provide teachers opportunity to, when they're lesson planning and they're working as grade level teams, like what is our essential question? Are students really clear about what they're trying to achieve during this lesson and what is the outcome of this lesson, the task? You know, after this lesson, I will be able to, you know, and speak to that. Also providing students with small group support for differentiated skills. We know that not every student is at the same level all year long. We want to provide on grade level instruction to the whole, and then those who might be a little bit higher than what that on grade level, and those that might not quite be there yet or approaching, that we meet those skills in small differentiated groups. And we have very strong differentiation going on in our primary grades. And it was exciting this year through some of our data talks that in the fall, that even some of our upper grades kind of had this light bulb moment, like, oh yeah, I can do small groups too in these upper grades and give that differentiated practice and that repetition of skill-based practice. So huge celebration that teachers are really seeing that opportunity. And then giving students critical feedback, right? That positive and constructive feedback. We all need that feedback to be able to say, oh, yes, this is what you're doing well, keep doing that. And then this is how you can grow, and learning from that so that they can keep practicing effectively. And providing them opportunities to collaborate with peers, getting students to be able to talk about what they're learning cements and solidifies what they're learning, not only according to the objective, but it also creates opportunities for them to have their own questions and take their depth of knowledge even further. So we see this, an example would be through the implementation this year of UFly, which is the University of Florida's foundational literacy program. And we have our primary teams that are implementing that as a pilot this year. And it's pretty amazing when you walk into a classroom and you see the students learning, right, about sounds and then the phonics, those sound segments, and then blending those sounds together to make a word, and then to the sentence level, and then to the paragraph level, and how they have that autonomy and control over their reading and the confidence that grows because they have the ability to decode that text. And so we're seeing incredible results already. We have a couple of our teachers that have really taken it on and have gone not only from the whole group instruction, but also these differentiated small group instruction. And we saw an amazing increase in one of our grade levels. Our first grade team went from 59%, is currently at 59% of students that are at or above grade level, which is pretty great, right? And in the fall, they had 10%. That is literally a 49% increase from just half the year of getting that systematic and explicit literacy instruction. So that's pretty impressive. And we went from a 9% below grade level to 0%. So sometimes we want to focus just on the ones that are like, you know, at grade level or above. That is growth, but moving students out of that red zone and up, approaching grade level is huge, and diminishing that below grade level is significant. And we're seeing similar results in grade 2 and in our kinder and TK. So I want to give kudos and shouts out to our teachers for that. And then in our tier 2 level, an example is, of course, we have one intervention teacher, and she truly is a superhero in so many ways because she meets a vast variety of needs on our campus. Mostly during the school day, our intervention for tier 2, so just some of our students who need that. She gets it, students from their classroom, so it's a pull-out program. Sometimes she will push in and do some support during literacy instruction hours, so it depends on the need of the student in cooperation with the teacher. And we're seeing incredible results there too, as students are getting that in-classroom strong instruction from the teacher and extra practice differentiated in the classroom, and then again, repetitive in tier 2. So they're getting what they need on grade level, and then they're getting some instruction closer to where they're at, because sometimes there's a gap there, right? And the idea is, as we are intentional about continuing to give them those things over time, we close that gap. So Beth Willen is our intervention teacher who cooperates very well with our K, actually 4, and a few of our 5th graders that are below grade level to give them extra practice during the school day. And she uses a program called SIPS that she's familiar with and has used in the past to work with them. And she's making a difference for so many people, and she's quite the advocate. She's also been very open to using a progress monitoring tool. So we're using a progress monitoring tool so that when we go to say, is the student really making reasonable growth? Is this really what they need? Is this intervention working? Because we know that an intervention is only effective if we see that growth and the rate of growth is there. So what we do is, if it's not, we say, okay, do we need to increase the frequency or the intensity of that intervention? So as we progress monitor, we're making very, very targeted and intentional decisions. It's been amazing to sit in SST meetings with her and with the teacher and be able to give parents real time facts. This is where they were 6 weeks ago. Every 2 weeks we progress monitor. This is the incremental growth. This is where they are now. And then it helps us make very, very informed decisions when we have a student that goes through 2 or 3, 6 to 8 week cycles. Okay, maybe there's something else going on here. What are our next steps? So we can be very, very informed and also give our students the time to show that growth. So just overall as a site, we went from 34% at or above in the fall in reading to 55% just now in the winter. So that's a 21% increase school-wide, and then 18% to 35%, which is a 17% increase in math, and that's K-5. So that's really showing that our, teachers embracing this idea of repetitive practice and differentiation in tier 1 and providing that super targeted intentional intervention in tier 2 is really providing students exactly what they need, right? And we want to continue to do that for all students.
And that's our pledge leader right there.
I see, and her mom.
And so that's her spelling bee moment. When
Oh.
her name was announced, she just,
Wow.
her and her mom they cried. It was just such an incredible moment. And and speaking to the photos here, the very bottom center is Miss Hurt doing her small group instruction in 1st grade. We have our centers for our 5th graders in the top right. We have a project going on, I think, in Miss Lowe's class for social studies in that top right. Miss Springy, I love spending time in her class for math. I learn something every time I go. She is incredible the way she is very good at giving the students very clear instruction and then giving them plenty of opportunities to practice, and she gives them feedback right there in the moment. And then in our top center, our SDC classroom, just amazing how I got to bring Mr. Turnbull through there today. Ms. Heffiker is just doing an outstanding job with getting students access to the level of instruction they need in small group rotations. Super impressive. Okay, so going on to how we are doing this, I mentioned it a little bit, but using data, and I'll just speak to this briefly, but we want to measure what matters, right? So we don't necessarily have like a district-wide screener, but we have a really solid diagnostic. We do 3 times a year, which allows us to look at diagnostics drive instruction, right? We can look at those. It breaks the data down by domains. We can be very specific when we create those interventions to say, oh, they're doing really well in that geometry strand, but right now they're still needing numbers and operations. We immediately know what we can do for that intervention, right? They're doing really well in, phonemic awareness, but they're still struggling in phonics, or their comprehension is really low. Well, that's because their phonics is still coming along, right? So as we're learning about the science of reading and how the brain develops those grooves with the repetition of practice, we're able to make very informed decisions that way. So teachers take a look at their iReady data. We did fall meetings, and what I guide and facilitate them through about an hour process per grade level span. I work with TKK, then grades 1 and 2, and then 3 through 5. And what we do is just very simple questions. What do you notice? What do you wonder? Right? What is the data saying to you? What do you know? How do these numbers speak to what you know about the real student, that qualitative data that you see every day? And then as a grade level team, what goal can you create as a team? If you see this is a real example, vocabulary is a struggle across the board for your grade level. What is a common practice that we as third grade teachers want to implement in the classroom in tier 1 to see if that shows some growth for all of our students across the grade level? And then they choose about 5 to 7 students that they're really going to progress monitor themselves in their own classroom, that they're really going to focus on providing that extra practice and differentiation. Why 5 to 7? Not because it's not about meeting the needs of everybody, but it's really about getting them to start the practice in the art, right? Of putting these interventions and practices, being able to measure them without it being really overwhelming. And we often talk about starting with your students because we know our students that are a little bit lower, those about 2 years below, are getting those practices plus that tier 2. But the ones that aren't necessarily getting that pull-out intervention tier 2, what are those extra things we can do in the classroom that's kind of just going to push them past that little tipping point into that proficiency? So really getting them to be thoughtful about how they meet the needs of each of the groups in their classroom. I have that little image right there on the bottom that says how many opportunities to practice, and it really is meant to be a stair-step concept. So if you think about it, we kind of are trying to move away from this old mentality of kind of I teach to the middle and I do it once and then I move on, right? We know that that doesn't work. I don't always learn something the first time, right? So in tier 1, if we have that teacher giving that strong instruction, then they're differentiating. That's already 2 practices for some of those students in the classroom. Then if they're pulled out there, it's 3 practices with that intervention teacher in tier 2. And then sometimes, and what our students are getting now is sometimes 3 or 4 practices, because if they're staying in our amazing, and I'm getting to this in a minute, ELOP, you know, our after school extended day programs, our teachers are offering reading and math support after school. Some of it very targeted, where they invite kids who they know need that extra practice, and some just in a homework time where any student can come and get that support. So if you think about that, going from 1 practice to those multiple practices, just that sheer repetition that's targeted is showing us great growth. And I have that picture of kind of the basketball player shooting the hoop, because I liken distributive practice to this idea. If you're a basketball player, let's say I'm a basketball player, and I go to practice, I do my 2-hour practice, my coach notices over time, I just can't make the free throws. I seem to be a really good dribbler. I can pass the ball. I'm pretty quick, but I keep, just breaking those free throws. I get to the end of that 2-hour practice, and he's finally like, I've had it enough. You just can't. Everybody else gets to go. You have to stay here. He's going to give me the talk. I would be devastated if my coach looked at me and said, you're going to have to do this 2-hour practice all over again. Every single thing we just did for 2 hours, you're doing it 2 hours again. It would diminish my motivation, probably would not make me respect him very much anymore, or her, and make me consider not playing basketball anymore. But if my coach looked at me and said, you're an amazing player, you have a lot of strong skills, I just noticed that based on past, games, free throws seem to be a challenge. So for the next 2 weeks, I'm committing extra time after practice with you just for 10-15 minutes, and I'm going to feed you the ball. And I'm going to champion you, and you're just going to shoot. You're just going to shoot those free throws. And I do that for 2 weeks. And then my coach tells me, oh, you're making more free throws. You're making more free throws, until I have that skill down. So distributive practice is this concept of being very targeted and intentional, and not working harder, not doing more and everything all over again, but very targeted, so that that success and confidence grows. And it just is that skill the student needs. Okay. So we're also addressing these in our LCAP site accountability goals. And so our early literacy goal is our first one. And part of our data talks is in our goals as well, and breaking those down and involving the greater community in our school site council meetings. Okay, so now addressing social emotional needs from a tiered perspective. We have amazing amazing things going on in this area, and it certainly isn't just because of me. It definitely does take a team. I could not pull this off by myself, but we have a full-time school counselor who is just incredible about taking that character trait of the month, coming up with these very accessible lessons for students, especially by grade level, and going into classrooms and doing classroom presentations. We also have our PBIS, and I'll get to that as tier 2, but a BIA instructional assistant who also helps with students develop goals around how they're going to show these character traits and skills that to live out the mainstream way. So our assemblies are a big part of celebrating those character traits. So when Betsy goes in and does these lessons, she does them throughout the month. And then once a month, we have a culminating assembly. It's focused around that character trait. And then this year, I just said, would anybody be interested in your class being able to do a presentation at the assembly? So it's been really neat because teachers have been signing up for each character trait throughout the month. And we've had anything from, and sometimes buddy classes do it together. Sometimes it's just an individual class. Sometimes it's a poem, sometimes it's a drama, sometimes it's a song, but it's to illustrate the character trait. And it's really been a community building experience, and the teachers are really enjoying it, and students just shine. So you can see, I know Mr. Turnbull mentioned kindness, the Great Kindness Challenge and the Kindness Week we had. And so that was our culminating assembly last month, highlighting kindness. So our social groups and individual counseling that goes on throughout the week too, as our counselor is able to pull students for that. And students are always welcome to knock on her door and talk to her about anything, anytime. And she currently has an intern. So that is a tremendous gift. So we can be available for more students. And then our tier 2 is our check-in, check-out process. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but it's really where students set goals around living out the Main Street way. How am I being responsible in class or on the yard? Being respectful, being honest, and they earn those points throughout the week. It's a great communication tool with parents. It gets them to build those habits, right? Those habits of being and expressing those skills throughout the week. And then you'll see we give out a once a month. So Mandy on the bottom left, she's our PBIS BIA. She's just a ray of sunshine. The kids love her. She facilitates our check-in and check-outs, and that was our anti-bullying week, and she did a great job. That is a giant donut because it was Donut Bully, and every good buddy got to put their name on a sprinkle on the donut. And then one of our second grade classroom presented on honesty, so that's in the commons area. And then, you know, some of the tools we use to reinforce daily SEL is like our mood meter, right? And our meta moments, and getting kids to practice skills on how to be mindful and to stop and think about how they express themselves. And then our sweet first graders on the bottom right who won the Spirit Award. It goes to a class once a month, and our campus supervisor gives that out. So those
Question
are-
just on the
Yeah.
lower left, is it backwards because of selfies?
Yeah, I don't know why it's backward.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we should have tried to flip it.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, no, I noticed.
Oh,
that
okay.
too
I just
after
wonder if
put
they
it
do
in
that for
and
the
I couldn't-
selfies.
Yeah.
The right way, okay.
No, that's a.
Writing in a mirror.
Yeah, that's a good question. I know, we'd have to flip that around. Mandy just always brings the joy. Everything has a little bit of blame. And then as far as community building, we have our spirit days. So the crazy hair, pajama day, there's twin day, anything you can think of. There's a lot of fun. Dress up as your famous character. So we get into that. We have Melina and Betsy there in their glasses, their shade out bullying day. I think you remember Jaron who came to the board meeting, him and his family. So really involving them in these board meetings, I think are amazing, having our kids be able to connect with you at this level. Students who get special awards, if their name gets drawn from a raffle, they get to take a walk and get some hot chocolate with Mr. Mark. Jocelyn in the bottom corner with one of our students, Merrick. They got to go to the fire station, so he was able to mainstream and take that little trip with his class. In the bottom center, we have an author. Miss Wilson is so amazing about working with Sam Cruz Bookshop to get author visits, and that just brings so much excitement around reading to our students. The Halloween parade in the top there with Mr. Bill's class, our upper grade SDC classroom. Mandy is also an amazing artist. So that We Are Main Street mural, she just pulled that out. If you come into our MU, we have this huge mural that has the Main Street way on. It's gorgeous. So it just helps remind us who we are around campus all day long. our blue, our campus supervisor Janelle with our girls in blue for our anti-bullying week. And then Mr. Bill and Miss Springy getting into our spirit day here. We also have done this year, we appreciate our FOMS group. We have a new president, new group. Came in with a lot of enthusiasm, really building out, including more people, finding different avenues and ways to include parents. So it's been really exciting. The school site council has been great. We want to continue to grow that group, have more voices, but they've been amazing. And then our ELAC meetings have been wonderful to be able to talk specifically to parents about meeting the needs so that students like ITSE get to that point where they're fully proficient, especially academically in their second language, and they really have that confidence before moving on to middle school. And then finally, I just wanted to say that really our focus is really always about inclusion, right? How are we giving everybody access to all these things? And you know, the example of Merrick going to the fire department, it was just him and his teacher that day. So I was able to cover that class. She was able to go just for that portion of time, just making sure that all those students are feeling like they're getting access to all their needs being met and community building with their own grade levels at large. Attendance recognition, that's really been working for us this year. We started an incentive where if you come to school 5 days in a row, you get 2 golden tickets. The golden tickets were, you know, an exciting thing. We do a raffle once a month. And then once a trimester, if they meet that 96% of coming to school, we do some big events. So we did cookie decorating last trimester. This next one, we're going to have like a little short film, popcorn, movie day, and do something fun in the spring. But it's been a good way to bring kids together. And I make a point of when kids come to school, we celebrate them when they come in the office to drop their tickets. Yeah, you got the golden ticket. And making a point of telling kids, I'm so glad to see you here at school today, you know, and just being thankful that they're coming. So it's been good. And then our ELOP, there, I could talk about this for days, but I know we're running out of time. Thankful to Alana Lowe for being our lead this year. She's been a wonderful part of organizing it. This year, we kind of just were starting to seem like from scratch a little bit and seeing who was available and who wanted to be. And she got us all kind of dialed in, getting our Google Forms out, giving parents time to sign their children up, putting out really timely communications. And we have an amazing array of offerings. So before school, we have time where kids can come early and they can be in the library, and then there's supervision on the yard. And then after school, there is, I wrote it out so I would not forget anything. We have academics that are homework hours for primary and intermediate. It's just like general homework support. And then there's also a targeted math and reading support where students are specifically invited as part of that intentional way of giving them those extra practice and support, like I was saying, throughout the school day. And then for enrichment on the creative side of things, we have an art class led by Miss Mandy. You see there in the middle. Creative Corner is something that Coach Janelle leads. We have chess, 2 different layers of chess, one during the middle of the school day at lunchtime, good connection, and then after school too. And mindfulness yoga in the morning before school, a book club. We have a gaming club, like board games after school, creative writing. You can see the creative writing group, and track. So the student, oh, and all about theater, of course, that's been a highlight. We just did our TK2 performance on Monday night of Disney's Aristocats, and then our grade 3 through 5 will be with Willy Wonka Jr. by Roald Dahl. So yeah, we're excited. There's more and more things, of course, that I could share. We have a video that we were hoping to share of all the different sections of our ELOP. Mark might still be working on that. We hope to share that out. If we get that done, we'll send it to you so you can see it, and I'll put it in my parent news. But thank you for letting me brag and go a little long. But I have the delight of walking alongside these people and seeing them being the best at their craft, and also crafting a relationship with them where we have the ability to say, hey, what can we do for this student, to be super honest, vulnerable, what's next steps? This is what I need as a staff person, or this is what this family or student needs. And that just feels safe and it feels supportive, and we're seeing students grow as a result. So, thank you.
That's so great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. Do we have any questions or comments?
Well, I'll start off by saying I was really cool. I thought when Itzy came up and, you know, she said that, you know, she loves school and you guys provide everything for her, you know, I mean,
Right.
you know, just a broad statement, but you know, it really goes towards the equity work and everything that you're doing at the school and Scott and his team. And that can't make the board happier to hear that every kid is getting what they need to succeed, you know, and the tools and the resources. I think she even specifically said that in the thing. I thought that was great. Your presentation was wonderful too. It's so nice to hear about Main Street and all the positive things happening with the staff and the students there, for sure. I love the golden tickets, especially with the Willy Wonka play. You know,
Yeah.
It's been a fun thing for all of us, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Well, data is up.
Yeah,
Great.
yes.
yeah, it's,
Yeah.
that's a big part of it too. I love seeing those stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have comments, no questions. So thank you for a wonderful presentation. I think sometimes with the focus on data and progress monitoring, without taking into account relationships and the whole person, that it doesn't work, right? And so I love the marriage of all of it. Clearly, yes, we're doing the assessments and the numbers are informing our work, but we know and understand the human beings who are on the team, right? It's the staff, it's the students, it's the family. Everyone's welcomed, everyone's included. Like this is very much, it feels like it's really embedded in the community, and I really appreciate that. I loved and wrote down the questions you ask around data. What do you notice and what do you wonder? That's really profound, really, you know, right?
Well, I stole that from a mentor, but
But
it
it's-
worked for me. And
Yeah.
it's very simple and
Yeah.
it allows you just to be free to ask those questions. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's one of the things I try to kind of constantly think about when bringing someone on board a team or just in general, like what are you curious about? Like we are all lifelong learners, right? What are we really deeply curious about? And do we have that space to freely share our curiosity and feel safe saying what we wonder and what we don't know? And so I love that that's built in. So that's it from me. Thank you.
I like I've always liked creative writing classes. There's some pretty cool stuff that comes out of that. Do you ever share their writings at all?
You know, that's a newer class this middle of winter. I would have to ask the teacher how she highlights them. I'm sure they do. Usually what the teacher will do is do a reading or the student will offer to read in front of the classroom. I've had the privilege of reading students' essays because especially when they're writing on a persuasive topic, and I had several fifth graders come to me and say, Miss A, we feel really strongly about this. We want you to read our essays. And it was an awesome experience to be able to read them, sit with them, give them feedback, have that dialogue. So I don't know, but having maybe a last class where they do a reading, right, with parents or something. I'll have to ask Miss Ganino.
Or even
Yeah.
share with Scott, and you could pass them on to us too.
Okay,
I always like to read through those.
yes, of course.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for a wonderful presentation. I feel like I learned a lot. And I was really impressed with the way you described the data review team. I mean, it's just very thoughtful, and I appreciate how thoughtful you're being with that. And then like Amanda said, the kind of the whole person approach too. It's just great.
And you have Mr. Bill. You know.
I know. Yes, I have Mr. Bill and now I have Mr. B too in the heart. So, yeah. Great.
Great. All right. Anything
Thank you.
else? Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you. That was wonderful.
Nothing on email. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
And may I just circle back to the previous item, because we kind of went quickly, understandably, to the pledge leader and everything, so it was kind of a little quick transition.
Yes.
And it was not an action item
Nice.
when Greg presented. But like, as I alluded to, it's kind of a head nod situation where I tried to just get a feeling from the board. Hey, Scott, why did
Thank
you?
you.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole.
Thank you.
Scott, why did you even bring this item? We're moving on. This is not worth our time, or this is something we should probably pursue. We're not making any commitments, as we said. No commitment is made until the summer. So just wondering if the board had some thoughts on that. Because we moved pretty quickly from one item to the pledge leader.
Well, from my perspective, like I said, I mean, if I'd like to see what we'd use it for, costs associated, what the projects are you guys have in mind. You know, I know last time it was for the buildings, you know, which were obviously falling apart and were a hazard to students and staff and everybody. And, you know, I'm wondering what, where we feel is important for those to be spent right now that we would, you know, get a bond for.
So explore it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm gonna throw a wrench into things. I was thinking parcel tax. I mean, I don't think districts do both, but, no, I wonder if it, probably LA school district or something like that, but. Entertaining a parcel tax in lieu of a bond.
And why? Why are you saying that?
Because the parcel tax we could put towards, it's general fund money, and we could put it towards our staff. And paying our staff, you know, giving them raises. It's flexible than the bond. The bond goes to facilities.
Hmm.
And which, I mean, always needs help as well too. I would love to see a parcel tax for that reason.
I hear you on that. I don't think that we have the votes for that. I just don't think we can hit that 2/3 personally.
And I don't mean, to
Right
interrupt,
now.
when did you say that might come down to 55%? Is that gonna happen later this year, next year?
Yeah, from my understanding, there could be a proposal on the ballot, on the November ballot for that. I'm not sure if that's coming to fruition or not.
I read that.
Yeah, so I don't know, but it won't be this time around.
Wait, where's that coming from?
I'm not sure who's behind it, but I'm sure the educational community is behind it, but to bring that threshold on parcel taxes down from 2/3 to 55%. I wouldn't anticipate seeing that as an opportunity until 2026.
Right.
Yeah, because, you know, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
If we went parcel tax, I kind of agree with Amanda. I think it's really hard to get that 66%. We've come close, but you know, I mean,
Yeah.
it's still.
Yeah, and without patting our
Angry.
collective backs, I think we've tapped out the effort. Like, it wasn't from no lack of effort.
Right.
The votes weren't there.
For sure, you know, and it seems like that 55% is a little lower hanging fruit
Yeah.
for the bond as opposed to a parcel tax. I mean, obviously I agree with Ted, if we could get a parcel tax, that'd be great, but you know, it's kind of like a bird in the hand is, you know.
I think it's timing in elections. Honestly, I think, you know, with November, there'll be a turnout. And I think that would really help with the parcel tax as a turnout. The interest public coming out to vote. I mean, Live Oak did it. I mean, they're about our size, and I forgot what time of year that they did it or what elections they did it, but they passed a parcel tax.
They have a really different,
No.
I mean, I'm an elections nerd, so I have
Yeah,
a perspective, but I have to say they definitely have a different voting record. If you look at like the passage rates for Santa Cruz City Schools, parcel taxes and bonds, they have very high percentage of votes in the Live Oak areas, but other areas can tend to vote differently, and some of those areas are within our district. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree that it would be lovely to get our community's approval to spend money on something outside of facilities and be able to support, you know, teacher raises, expanding programs and things that aren't
All the things we have.
buildings. Right. I guess my hope is if we have a better opportunity passing a bond, we can hopefully do some things that aren't taking money out of the general fund that right? So that would hopefully then free up money for what we.
I'm
can do
just
with the
thinking of
bond.
our staff.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
And
That
they all
2018 one will
they
always.
all need
Yeah,
a boost and pay.
Oh,
yeah. And they worked, I mean, yeah, and people worked so hard on those partial tax
Yep.
campaigns. It was
No,
not,
yeah.
as you well know, like it was not for lack
I
of trying, and we
honestly-
had so much.
My opinion is it's timing. And like what you said with Live Oak, I didn't know that about the turnout for voting.
And I would also say that the voters in Live Oak are younger than what they are here. And I
Are
think
they?
that
Okay.
once you age out, I think there's a lot less interest in raising taxes for schools because you're, like Greg said, you're just not as close to that. And I think, you know, Live Oak just has a younger demographic that might be interested in, and more people, it's a more affordable community. So you get more younger families, people with kids in schools and things like that. I mean, and to Greg's point, I thought, you know, that's what I've read too, so. Obviously.
both would be amazing.
But what's the problem with putting both on the ballot? Can we give the voters, do the voters know the
I
difference?
don't think you want to dilute your message for one. I think, you know, one of the strong points of the last bond campaign was, as I said, it had a really clear message is with the portable
And it was
classrooms,
2020?
2018. Or
2018.
2016 for the bond measure, I'm sorry.
2016,
Mhm.
okay, and then when
And that
the
was,
last
that
time?
was to, you know, to modernize classrooms, get rid of the portables. This time around,
Right.
there's a real clear, moral imperative, fix the fields, right? There's other things in the master facilities plan that you all approved, that outline that you approved.
Mhm.
And those will get fleshed out with community and staff input. There's lots of facility needs that were identified in that plan. But if you want something to sink your teeth into, fix the fields. What could be more important than kids having an appropriate place to play? Right, so there's a facility needs as a moral imperative of facility needs. That's not to say a parcel tax isn't. I mean, we put our hearts into both of those campaigns,
No,
right?
right,
But
right.
I, in my humble opinion, waiting to see if that threshold is lowered is a key component. And so the order, I think, is bond measure first, parcel tax, and my recommendation.
And that's what it's earmarked for, is fields at the three.
So that would all be decided,
Well,
but right now, the
facilities,
master
yeah,
facility
yeah.
plan that you approved, that outline that you approved, fields was a part of it, but there's lots of other things like TLC that the older classrooms need to come up to speed with our modern classrooms.
And how do we pay for the air conditioning and the new windows and all of those things that we just did? Was that money from the previous bond?
No,
or-
some of that was just from our capital facilities fund,
Okay.
so some, and then we also were able to capitalize on a couple initiatives, that allowed us to access some funds, but we're not gonna, those are all kind of around the edges. We're not gonna have the ability to do any of these big projects, like to repair a field.
Great
Like it's
field.
gonna be in the neighborhood of $5 million to complete this field out of New Brighton, just to bring it to fruition. These are big ticket items, not small patches.
What are you envisioning? Do you have an amount that you're looking for or something? I mean, and this would all come out in the exploratory, I understand that, but is there?
So I'll keep going back to, that we have a master facilities plan that you approved, right? And there was an outline of items. But the part of that process is now that that's approved is to go out and to get staff and community input. So that as somebody said earlier, it's not just coming from the top, right? So I don't want to say a dollar figure because that all needs to come to fruition. But I think since we have a work in progress, with the new Brighton field, it's kind of like when you think, okay, that's $5 million. Start thinking about what some of these, with the escalating prices that are involved with construction, we're talking large figures to really do things right and to have a kind of facilities that we want to be proud of. This is a more and more of a time of competing ADA and everything matters, including your facilities.
And the last vote on the parcel tax 2020,
2020, yeah. We had a
2020, right?
2018 and a 2020.
it was two, both of them back to back, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and boy,
And then just to clarify, it's a master's plan investigation. We're kind of
Mhm.
looking at our options.
Yeah.
It's not that we have a plan. We're
Well, you approved
investigating.
an outline of a plan.
of investigating our options.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Head nod from me on.
Yes.
Process.
Okay. All right.
See your head nods?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Sorry that
process.
Thinking about, bond for fields as facilities, how will the public look at that? Too.
It's the number one thing in terms of like non-instructional kind of things that I get input on is like, Scott,
Okay.
that word on the street where you just, see a parent in
Alright.
school is like, Scott, what's going on?
I get the same
You know?
thing that comes.
Well, I don't want
Those
to.
kids could be tripping and falling for all
Rec.
this, twisting their
You know, I
ankles,
mean, the cities are not paying for, the field, so just. From what I'm thinking is the confusion of just having fields. And not facility, or we would have facilities.
Oh, yeah, not just the fields, because last time we didn't just do portables, there were other projects, but you need that moral imperative
Okay.
piece. And that's an easy one that I
I'm
think
not
people
gonna
get
knock
behind.
a bond, I just. It's important that we have a parcel tax at some point. And I think whoever's going to be running for president, people are gonna be coming out. And that, I think that would be a huge advantage for at least a parcel tax. Cause I believe the other times we had it, I'm not sure about the voting turnout, the first one was a dud. That was the mail in, that was not even during.
That was before.
That was a special.
Oh,
Yeah, don't worry, I was.
Like,
that
like
was a special-
2018,
No, that
there was a
was a-
lot going
No,
on.
no, that was a special election. I think it was in March and it was
Oh.
all mail in.
No,
Yeah.
we'll do
And everybody
everything.
thought, well, what's this? They thought it was just junk mail.
No, I mean, the two in 2018 and 2020 were very straight on major ballots, like there
Yeah,
was no
right.
skirting around the edges, so.
All right.
All right.
Thank
So, yeah, all right.
But one last
Yeah.
question, I'm so sorry, but Ted made a good point. would Greg also be able to investigate whether a parcel, you know, like what the community would feel on a parcel tax and give us information on that as well as the bond? And then maybe we could decide whether we want to try to move forward the bond or the parcel tax, depending on what his study might show between after the data comes in from the.
He could,
But we
I'm just gonna say, I would advise against it. I think we want to there's only so much energy and time. And I think we want to put it behind a singular effort. And then again, I would just reference, let's see if that threshold for parcel taxes comes down and gives us a more realistic shot.
Well,
Okay.
also another thing
Thanks.
that
Yeah.
Kelly brought up is the property tax bill too. Bum, 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 all the way down, and there's a lot of bonds on there too, so. I know, just thinking about what the
Do we know
public,
how many bonds are gonna be on there right now?
look at your property tax.
I think you're talking about different things. He's talking about like ones you're
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
paying in your
yeah.
property tax. I
Oh.
think you're
Like a
thinking
bond,
how many will be on the
yeah.
ballot.
Right.
Santa Cruz
Gotcha.
City Schools,
Oh, no, yeah.
this, a Cabria, this and that, and that,
Yeah.
and this,
I just didn't know if you had an idea of like what the next election's gonna see or how many bonds are gonna be on that. I mean,
I think there'll be a few from local
two or
communities.
three, I think, maybe more.
I don't
I
know,
will-
Cabrios, I haven't heard anything about
No, I
Cabrio
haven't.
going out for one, which. I think
Yeah,
is
that's an important one for us, yeah.
And
I would like to throw our hat in though, because I mean, we pay city schools and Cabrillo
Yeah.
with our taxes, so might as well get our name in the ring too.
Mhm.
You're right. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody. 7C, discussion regarding the California dashboard.
Great, well, thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, George.
Thank you.
Don't mind Mr.
All right.
Actually, good time to stand up.
All right, we're here.
That works. I think we could make it work, because I could be your person if you need it.
Let you know.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Tonight's item, my first item tonight is regarding the update with the California School Dashboard. This is a discussion item. It wasn't intended to be a formal presentation. We do talk a lot about data. We talk a lot about virtual platforms and how we're accountable to the state of California, and this is one of those. But I did put some slides together just so you'd have some reference points. So I'll kind of just go through them briefly, but it'll be discussion oriented. So the California Dashboard was established really as a result of kind of a transparent accountability platform for families in the state of California to determine whether the funding that was being set aside for kids was being used properly. And I think it was a really great move on behalf of the state to be able to say, we want for our community to interpret information, and we want it readily available to families. And so that's what the dashboard is. It's just a digital dashboard. It's a digital platform called the dashboard. And it was created for transparency purposes, but it was also created so that we could understand where we had areas of strength and where we had areas to grow. And we weren't leaving our community or our families out of that picture. Like, it really was important for them to understand who we are, what we're doing, how our kids are doing, and how they inform that for us and with us. I'm like kind of having trouble going to both, but still okay. So the dashboard just is a quick overview with kind of additional details that are made available as you drill down. And we'll kind of go into just a few of those little drill downs in the presentation tonight. But basically what it'll say is, like, this is how our state does overall. This is how a district does overall. This is how schools do overall. And then you can drill down even deeper to group information. Like if I wanted to know how English learners were doing or low SES students were doing. So what does it talk about? Well, it talks about a variety of things, but the primary ones are, for us, our academic indicators, English language arts, and math specifically. How are our English learners making progress in our schools? How many students are not at school and not at school often? And how many schools are really finding that their suspension rates or their students that are being exited from schools for behavior purposes, like what does that look like? And then for districts that have high schools, there's two other components, and that is the graduation rate and the college and career readiness factor. So what students are included in the dashboard? Well, of course, all students are included in the dashboard. But there are certain demographic components that are called out and certain student groups that are called out. English learners, low socioeconomic students, foster youth, homeless youth, students with disability, and then we have racial and ethnic groups that are called out. And that's because that's where we see some variations in gaps in performance. The next slide really just is a snapshot of the demographics as reported for 22-23. So as I'm kind of sharing information with you tonight, this is nothing about 2024. It's not how the students have been doing since they entered school in August until now. It's really for the whole previous school year, kind of captured at this point of time. So we do see that we have about 10% English learners that were reported. What I think is the most kind of interesting number for us is the low SES factor. So at almost 32%, that means a third of our students fit into that low socioeconomic status category. And that's just something that other people might not understand about our community.
And how is that, how did we get that number?
It's basically information that we report to CalPADS, which is a kind of an information system the state carries our student information in. And low socioeconomic status would be based on how families report to us what their income level is. And that's the free and reduced lunch application.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah. But so then there might be more that we missed potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's self-reported.
Yeah.
So this is what was formerly before COVID called the 5x5. And really what it is, and it's super complicated to look at, but what it basically is the way of us looking at information through the state lens to say, how are our students doing? If they're doing well, they're in blue. If they're not doing well, they're in red, and there's a variation in between. But doing well can mean a lot of different things. It means that it could mean that the students started low and they got a lot better, or they were high and they stayed high. Or if students are in red, it could be because last year they did really, really well, and it was just this anomaly year, and they didn't do as well. They just did average. It could have gone all the way back. So there's an algorithm based in. You take a look at the X and Y axis, you'll be able to see like if it was, up by this many points or down by this many points. And that's really how it's calculated. It's very interesting. So this is just a quick snapshot of what the overall state dashboard looks like. Chronic absenteeism is in the yellow, which is kind of like in the middle range. Suspension rate in the red, which is a really high range as a state. English learner progress right in the middle. Graduation rate kind of close to the bottom. English language arts close to the bottom, and same with math. So that's how our state is faring. If you take a look at our district, this is the same snapshot, but for what's that?
Just not a lot of arrows to the right.
Yeah.
For the state.
Yeah.
So if you go to our district, you'll notice that the chronic absenteeism is an area that we've had a significant focus on this year. And that means that students who have been absent 18 days or more in a year have kind of fallen into this group. There's a lot of reasons that this exists. A lot of them have been related to the precautions that we set aside for COVID and COVID-related illness, but something that we're trying to counteract now. The suspension rate is in green, and I think that has a lot to do with all of the work that we've done with students to really change behavior rather than punish behavior. And then English learner progress. This one is in orange, and I want to just give a little caveat because when we were looking at that 5x5, And it was talking about, well, you know, if you were green and you went down this many, then you could actually find yourself in the other position. Well, that's kind of where our English learner progress is. We were up 57.1% progress last year. And while we're still at 42, it went backwards. And so it's still a good number. It just went the opposite direction that it was last year. So it's just kind of one of those things that you have to look at. Sometimes you have to look at it year over year to be able to say, why did it do that? The English language arts in green, that's where we want to see it. Math kind of right in the middle. And then the other boxes that you'll see come in our fall kind of report, or summer and fall report. And those are our local indicators, which are how our parents and our staff give us information about how our schools are doing. So this slide, this was actually supposed to be like group data, but you can't click on it. So you can't like, you can't drill down. But this is the academic performance for English language arts and math and English learner progress in our district. The thing I like about this graphic is like right in the middle, you'll be able to see in the English language arts box on the left side, maintained, which was like minus 1.1 points. So basically it stayed the same. So our performance was high, it kind of maintained itself as high, and that's something that, you know, we kind of like to see. The mathematics is something that is a little bit different. It's in the yellow, but it increased 7.2 points, which means that we're on our way to like the green and the blue. The area that I was just kind of referring to, the English learner progress, we're at 45.1%, which is actually really good, but it decreased from the 57. Right. And so that's why we see ourselves in the orange on that. I could talk about this stuff for days because it's really interesting and you can drill down, you know, really far.
Why did we see a 12% decline?
I think we saw a 12% decline for a couple of reasons. One is I think we had I think the year before we had brought a lot of kids back from COVID, reclassifying or classifying as English learners during the COVID period, coming to school for the first time, not having foundational literacy during COVID, and this was their first year of testing, at first year of CASP testing. So I think that was a major consideration. And I would say, and we were talking, Scott and I were talking about this the other day, I think we're going to see a big shift in that because English learners specifically need literacy, strong literacy instruction starting in kindergarten. And it was really hard to do that over a screen. So I think we're going to see some changes in that. But that's just that's an anecdote that I'll give, but I can, you know, I'll study it more deeply. This hey, I just want to make sure I'm on the right page. This is the ELA 5x5, and this just kind of represents where our schools are in relation to the color coding. So like I showed you the district and where we were at the district. Now you'll be able to see in the boxes like where the schools are. So you'll be able to see in the green, New Brighton, our district, and Main Street, and then you'll be able to see Soquel Elementary. Well, they had an increase there in the yellow, and then Santa Cruz Gardens where there was a decline in the orange. So you'll be able to see that like as a district, we're one place, but every one of our schools is in its own place. The next slide is basically the same graphic, but representing the math 5x5. And you'll be able to see something really interesting that Soquel Elementary's increased significantly in the area of math. And that's something that was noted when we had our CASP presentation. So you'll just be able to see this as a different graphic. Main Street in green, so Santa Cruz Gardens in yellow, our district in yellow, and New Brighton in orange.
And the declined, maintained, increased, those vertical columns, is that compared to last year or what's that compared to?
Compared to last year. So
It's been just days looking at.
Oh,
you could,
Trying to figure,
You
it's like a puzzle.
it really is. And it's like I said, there's algorithms that go with each one of these and it's really complicated. The one thing I could say about this math graphic specifically is that it's maintained or increased or significantly increased for all of our schools, which is a good thing, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, nothing in the declined column.
yeah. Are our English learners making progress? The reason that I want to share this
Yeah.
screen is that you'll see our district represented here and you'll only see 2 schools, but you won't see the other 2 schools. And that's because the number of students in those schools that qualify for this category are discernible to the public. So like it's such a small number, you would know who they are and who you're reporting about. This part is, where I was talking about the English learner progress before the SoCal Elementary is where we'll drill down, right? And to take a look at why there was so much growth one year and it was a little bit of a swing, not a large swing back, but enough of a spring to spring them back into the red. All right, and then the next screen, who's suspended from school? This is something that is really important to the state of California. It is to us. On the left side, it says who's chronically absent, and on the right side, who's suspended from school. And like I said before, we have less than 0.1% of students that are suspended from school. So I don't necessarily worry about this area, although I always worry about why students are having to exit school for any reason. But we get more concerned with the chronically absent, which is almost 31%. And we do know that Hispanic, 2 or more races, and white students are the ones that are absent from school more often. Interestingly, when we look at academic data, it's English learners and students with special education interests that are, more areas of like intention. And in this, it's just, those are different demographics. And so that's just a really interesting thing. Like you'd think if kids weren't at school, they wouldn't be performing, but it's just something interesting to take a look at. And then the last, slide, sorry, it's just kind of our next steps. We're always talking about like, what are our next steps? One is to really continue to talk about multi-tiered systems of support and equity. I think our principal at Main Street talked really clearly about that tonight. Professional development in ELD, student shadowing, and LPAC progress monitoring. So LPAC progress monitoring, I just want to mention. So our students are assessed in the LPAC when they initially come into our district or California schools, but they're also assessed annually. But we want to know how they're doing in between. And so there are interim assessments. And our middle school right now is administering those interim assessments. So it's not just like one time at the end of the year, we're seeing how you're doing. We're actually want to know right now so we can address, whatever it is that you need in terms of teaching and learning right now. The site-based data dives, every one of our schools does data dives. This is something that is amazing. And I've been able to participate in, and it's not just, what I'm noticing about the data, but they're using really clear structures about how they're looking at data. And it's not about what's wrong with the student. It's about just what are we noticing about the data? What do we wonder about that data? What can we do in terms of our shifts in instruction to address the data that we're seeing? And then we're really kind of making commitments to that. And so every grade level at every school has made a commitment to an instructional shift to meet a specific goal in what they've noticed, which is great to see. We are doing cultural and linguistic walkthroughs, doing some support and coaching with our county office partners, which has been great. We did there was one done 2 weeks ago at SoCal Elementary, and all of the principals went to SoCal Elementary and practiced it with our county office partners. Unified cost processes, and that's really our coordinated services teams. And those are really some the strongest processes I've seen in a district in a long time. And I would just say our student services department is really working so diligently on refining and in reforming that process. Re-engaging attendance processes. I mean, we have got kids getting tickets. We've got kids getting excited about being at school. We've got, you know, all of these amazing spirit days. Like there has been a significant focus and shift on being at school and being happy at school and parents getting kids to school and all of those kinds of things. And that's been great to see. We've seen an improvement in attendance all year. So it's been really wonderful to see. Just keep working on our literacy plan to ensure kids can read and they have to read to learn. And then really using iReady and all of its supports with Fidelity, because there are lessons in it. There are all kinds of resources in it that are available to us. So that's my super quick overview. Any questions for me?
No, I think it's fascinating. It felt like when the state adopted the dashboard, part of the idea was to give, right, like a kind of a more, I don't know, global look at schools and not just have is it an API? What was
Yeah.
API? One number,
job.
right. You'd look at real estate listings and it'd be like, ooh, this
You're an
this
800.
school's a blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And it was like such a sort of a fake number, or you know, it didn't give a lot of information and
It was
now,
only based on a test.
yeah,
Yeah,
right,
that's-
right, not giving the whole picture, and now we have this, but I hope that the public gets more from this. I wonder, it's so interesting when the state invents these accountability and reporting measures.
Yeah.
I'm finding it very useful and helpful, but boy, it's a lot of data and a lot of information.
Yeah, I think that digestibility
Yeah.
is still wanting.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a good way of putting it.
Yes.
Yeah. But thank you. I think it's really helpful for us to like still relearn it and re-examine it every year, because it's not like my day-to-day on the board. So I appreciate the I appreciate the explanation of it. And just kind of seeing where we are right now. Not a question. Yeah.
I guess I wanted to understand the district placement, how you moved some of those numbers around, like or just where you thought that, not you, where we thought we were. Just what was your logic to do that? I heard some things, but just to understand of how on some of the squares, maybe we were the school was assigned, you know, the numbers showed this box, but then we thought it should be placed in a different box.
Okay.
Just the logic of that.
I'm glad you're asking the question. So we don't put anything in the boxes. The state of California, they collect all the data and they go through the algorithms with all of the data, and that number gets into a box or puts the school into a box.
Those are produced for us.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Then I was confused.
That's okay. And that's why I'm glad you asked.
Yes.
So that the state of California, actually, if you go onto the dashboard, you can see this exact same graphic representation. Anybody can Google it.
Okay, and then in the district placement box, that's all the schools together equals the one
Yes.
color. Okay.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I know it's very confusing, and just like we said,
It's like, yeah.
digestible,
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it's, but I think, you know, the one thing that we do every year that is a little bit more digestible is when we go through the LCAP processes, we really describe, like, how are our schools doing? Why are they doing what they're doing? You know, we describe the metrics, we describe all of those kinds of things. So this is intended for the public. I don't know that every public representative understands how to interpret it.
Yeah.
I just had a comment that I got some feedback from I guess the recent PD that you guys did, and I think there was,
I think that's a different item
is it?
Mhm.
Which item?
further down. So this is
Okay.
dashboard. Yeah.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I'll hold off on that then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll wait till then.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. Any more dashboard comments or?
Yeah, I
question?
appreciate the shout out to the student services team too, 'cause I think we had such an incredible presentation on their efforts and getting a better understanding of the cost process and the improvements in the cost process and yeah, hearing how that's gonna be more unified. Awesome.
All right, if we have no more comments or questions, the governor's budget.
Yes, that would be me. So, this is the governor's budget proposal as of January. And please keep in mind, these slides, the information came from California, the California Association of, like, I know, I am the California School Business Association and School Services of California. I'm sorry, I read that one tongue tied me. Okay, now let's see if I can use the clicker and my arrows at the same time. Okay.
Hold there.
I did it.
He was ready though. He was ready.
So the initial thought of the governor's proposal is that the budget deficit is definitely significant. And luckily there was strong growth in our prior years to help make it more manageable. Now the proposal is to reduce Prop 28 guarantee for 22-23. It's difficult because that's already passed. So being that the revenues came in a lot lower, it's now the governor trying to figure out what can I do now to make up for that deficit. However, he's trying not to reduce Prop 98. He's trying to keep us whole in that perspective. And that would be kind of, he's got to borrow from the reserves and so forth. So then that's for K-12, but we are going to see the lower COLA. Right now it's projected at 0.76%. And we'll get more into that as to why it's projected at 0.76 and so forth. Many LEAs have already reached their bargaining agreements. So based on a more optimistic assumptions, the 3.94% COLA, which we had saw in June, which has now changed. So some LEAs are having to move to the March layoff notices and so forth. We're definitely still in declining enrollment, which of course goes hand in hand with ADA. Luckily, we've been seeing our ADA go up slightly. So that's kind of helping, but what's not helping is the declining enrollment. And there's also a risk that this data from this proposal can change. And again, that's all due to our three big factors of taxes we'll see in the next few slides. Okay. So for Proposition 98, we've been seeing, historic, rate increases in 1920 and 21-22 to help us get through the pandemic. We saw the one-time funding and so forth. And at that time, our financial state for the entire state was a lot better due to all the reserves and so forth. The bad news is again, 22-23, all the taxes and so forth came in about $26 billion short. And so now, since we were already given that money and they're not going to take it back, the governor has to try to figure out how he's going to make up for that. And then his solution is not well understood by all, and everyone's not sure it's going to end up shaking out. So
What do you know what that is?
yeah, and it's on the next slide.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now that you have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was working up to it. So here's the big three taxes. So this is where the bulk of the revenue comes in. You'll see the box with the personal income tax, corporation tax, and sales and use tax. So you'll see the blue bar in every single slide. What those are is our June enacted budget projections in 23. The orangish yellow bars, that's the LAO, the Legislative Analyst Office. And they're usually pretty close in terms of projecting budgets and so forth. So usually they're a good indicator. And then the green bars is what the governor is proposing in January. You'll see that personal income tax in year 23-24 and 24-25, he's projecting slightly higher than the LAO. So he's projecting that we should see more taxes coming in roughly all three areas. So that's where it may get a little risky if we don't see those taxes really come to fruition. So even though in 22-23, we're under performance based on the taxes collected, the governor's not proposing cuts or deferrals for K-12 education to the full program. So basically Prop 28 and so forth. And this is, we did see the spikes in 21-22. They're used for the one-time purposes, and they're now paying dividends on them. But the bad news in this again is we're going to see a lesser COLA in 24-25 and 25-26.
You're gonna see a lesser COLA in 24-25 and 25-26, then lesser than the point.
Then lesser what was projected in June of 23. So in June of 23, the projection for 24-25 was 3.94 roughly, and now it's 0.76 as a proposed.
Right, so you're saying the next 2 years are gonna be lower than that, so lower than the 0.76?
No, we don't know that yet. Lower than the 3.94. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
And we're not gonna see these historic goals that we've had.
yeah.
last
So
couple of years.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this slide kind of gives us an idea of what the COLAs look like going all the way back to 83, 84. So you'll see that there's spikes and there's dips. What's happening with the COLA now is it's becoming to normalize again. So, we saw the huge increase in 22-23 and 23-24. And then we're seeing the 0.76 in 24-25. But if you look at the previous years, the COLA is right around 5% or so. That's pretty much the normalized area. It fluctuates slightly. You'll see some years, 16, 17, it was a zero COLA. And then you'll see 2010, 2011, where it actually was a negative COLA. But you can see we seem to be normalizing again. And so it seems based on all the data that they're showing, the historic rates, we won't see those for a while.
So can we ask questions during?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how that relates to us and obviously the increases that we just gave our staffs. And how that's going to play out over the next few years if we can still afford that, considering the next year is going to be less than 3.5%, and the following year is going to be less than that. And we gave them a raise worth, what was it, 5?
Yeah. So this year, or 24-25, they're projecting the 0.76 compared to the 3.94. From the 0.76 in 25-26, it goes up to about almost 3%. And then it's going to project to go up slightly above that in the following year. So that's a good thing because that is going to help us in our out years. And then along with also tightening our belts, which we're already preparing for and which is normal for all districts. Because like in the first slide, most districts have already settled based on the 3.9% COLA that was originally projected.
And how are we going to stand? I mean, are we still going to be able to carry a reserve or?
Based on what I worked out for the AB 1200s. Yes, well, in the third year out, we'll be okay. We definitely are taking the proper measures for some savings and anything else we need to do and support to prepare.
So we're okay 2 years out?
Yeah.
And then, and I'm relating this to the conversation we just had, the parcel tax and possibly the need to be able to have a parcel tax to be able to afford
Yes.
what we've just given our staff.
Mhm.
You know, because I mean, it sounds like we're viable for the next 2, maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
After that, are we banking on the fact that the COLA is gonna go back up? Or, I mean, if it stays the same at the levels that we are right now, you know, and I know this is all conjecture.
no,
Oh, yeah,
conjecture for the
no.
future. I'm trying to wrap my mind around the bond or the parcel tax, because it sounds like we might need a parcel tax 4 years down the line to be able to afford the salaries for everybody, you know, for what we just have been doing. Am I
Yeah.
getting too in the weeds? Am I getting too?
No, can I just?
No, oh, go
So,
ahead.
no, not too far, too in
Yeah,
the
no,
weeds,
no.
because they're connected. It's
Right.
a logical question. I would just say, one, so 2 things. One, we would never want to go in, you want to project confidence when you go out to your voters, and you would never want to say, we just need this money just to
I'm
get
not
back
talking
to.
about that, yeah.
No, just to get to baseline. So
Right.
we wouldn't do that, right? The parcel tax is supposed to be additive, not to go back and fund your base program, right? So that's one thing. And then 2, I mean, you saw the graph on. All we can do is work with the numbers, the best estimates we have. You saw 3 different groups, the governor, the LAO,
Yeah,
and
the first was the June enacted.
Yeah.
budget
Right,
for-
that was the gray.
Yeah.
right. So and some of that is from the year gone by.
Yeah.
The cone of uncertainty applies to the year gone by. So trying to think any more, not trying to like say, you know, we shouldn't, but trying to think any more than 2 to 3 years out. It's just too volatile to try to project. So multi-year projections go 3 years out, make sure that we have the right ending fund balance to be able to fund our programs. That's about as much as we can do. So should we be thinking about long-term future? Yeah, but you know, trying to think of it with any kind of certainty is tough.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, and it's always using the data that's recommended, you know, by the COE and so forth, when we do our projections for the COLA. And make sure we stay, you know, conservative with the COLA and, you know, not over project the COLA and so forth. So
Right, and what are the March notices that were listed on here? So
That-
we might need to consider March notices.
well, that, again, that's language that from the California School Board or School Business Association. That was information they had. So,
Some districts.
yeah, some districts, it wouldn't be all, so.
What is a March notice?
Oh,
It's
sorry.
layoffs. It's layoffs.
It's-
You,
yeah.
in
That's
order-
what I was afraid
Yeah,
of, and
yeah.
I just wanted to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, this is just a broad slide based on what CSBA had presented.
And we're not in a position where we need to consider March notices.
No,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know, I was contemplating, but I'm like, but that's the, you know, it was already on the slide, so
I
I didn't.
appreciate,
wanna,
I read it, and I made a note, I figured I'd come back to it, because that
Just so
sounds
that
like a
it
pretty
doesn't
big
come
deal.
back, I do want to clarify, we do March notice all of our temporary contract employees. That's an across the board thing,
Yeah.
and that gives us some flexibility. So I don't want you to see that later on and go, I thought we
Yeah,
weren't.
yeah.
And
But
this is
for permanent and probation employees.
Right.
we can do that,
yeah, and that's standard across all districts.
Right, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so the historical COLAs, you see how much they fluctuate up and down. And you'll see, you know, the higher bars, you know, there's only a few years that they're super high, and then we have, you know, the bigger handful of years where it's about around 5% or so, not really above 5%.
What happened in 2010?
In 2010, the 10-11, that was a negative COLA.
Yeah,
That was the impact of the
Yeah, so
Great
that
Recession.
housing bubble.
housing bubble.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, oh, not, yeah.
everybody taking out an interest-free loan. Yeah.
Lots of layoffs. Even in big districts, there's lots of layoffs. It was rough. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, here's the COLA. So right here, this shows you what was proposed in January 24, and then also what was proposed in June of 23. So it shows you the difference, the percentage, and as you can see, as we start getting into 25, 26, it's 0.5% difference, and then in 26, 27, it's only a 0.08% difference. So that's good for 26, 27, and for 25, 26, because it's relatively the same. and so we'll know more about our funding and so forth during the May revise. And again, the April deadline for taxes and so forth, that's also going to be an indicator because that's one of the big three that really helps drive our funding. And the governor, he's continuing the trend of deficit spending, and that's by addressing the drop in Proposition 98 funds and 22-23 and 23-24. And he's doing that by taking funds out of the reserves to make our Proposition 28 for K through 12 whole. Then we have the one-time funding used to pay for the 8.22% COLA in 23-24. And so the 0.67 COLA really doesn't cover our cost of our step and column, our PERS increases and so forth, because every year PERS is increasing. It's roughly about 1%, I think, going into next year. A few years ago, we had some help with that, where they were kind of giving us they're lowering the rate on that. So we didn't feel the full cost of the increase of PERS, but that has since gone away. So now the districts are having to absorb that, and that's something we can't choose to absorb, but it's required. And then from there, the governor's still addressing the 22-23 unexpected deficit due to again, the revenue coming in short and adding the 6.7% augmentation to the existing 6% COLA to make it about 13% in 22-23. And so with the governor's projecting a $37.9 billion deficit for 24-25, again, that's lower than what the LAO is projecting. So he's looking to think that the number is going to come in a lot lower based on the tax returns and so forth that come in April.
In your experience, who's more accurate?
Well, LAO is usually pretty accurate. However, the governor, he may have other plans that may come out in the
Or
legislature.
he's being political and they're not.
Could be. Yeah, it's hard to say. And there's also a measure where the governor can go into the rainy day reserves, but to do that, he would have to declare a budget emergency to get into the rainy day funds.
Can I ask a question? What was the difference kind of in the point of time with where the LAO released their outlook and then the governor released his perspective? Like, is there any difference in terms of like, oh, well, that was 2 months later, and so the governor's is based on some different data, or no, they were within a couple weeks?
That's a good question.
The LAO was right around the time we were at CSBA.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Governor
then,
was like January 10th.
I remember we
right,
were always saying,
okay, so
"Don't
we're
wait
talking
till
5 or
we
6
get
weeks
there."
difference.
Yeah.
What intel did he have? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember being in the hallway at 6K.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what's the is there a threshold before he taps the rainy day fund? Like what's the threshold before he has a budget state of emergency? Obviously not $37.9 billion deficit, because that sounds like a state of emergency.
The exact threshold, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but at any time, if he feels that he needs to, based on the declining revenue, that he needs to put more into the schools because he can't meet the minimum guarantee, then he's gonna have to do it. Well, again, it would be his choice, but tap into the rainy day funds. Let's see if I can do this. So what's not on the education budget is cuts to Prop 98, as we discussed. The governor's doing the best he can to keep that whole for K through 8 education, which is good. The other good thing is there was no talks of deferrals. So that really helps the districts because we should still be getting all of our funding on time. Because deferrals can really trip us up sometimes to have our cash flow. The sweeps, really wouldn't affect us too much. As you can see, it's community school partnerships and so forth. But he is planning no sweeps of unallocated funds.
Can you describe sweeps to me?
So that would be funds that haven't been spent. Then the governor can say, okay, you didn't spend, $100,000 for
Take
XYZ,
it back.
so we're
Take
gonna
that,
take
yeah.
that back.
Gotcha.
And it's
Okay.
usually for different programs.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it'd be like specific programs where you have to spend it for specific things, kind of like, say, our one-time funding.
Right. Okay.
But that's not the case, and that's not, yeah. So the next steps in the process would be the governor's proposals being vetted by legislation. They're gonna go through and make all their proposals and so forth. And the legislators are gonna be responding and quickly getting all their information up to speed and waiting for those April taxes to come in to really see where we stand. And hopefully that we see a better turnout. Again, one thing I want to say too is that a lot of people are not sure that, we're going to really see those taxes as the governor's anticipating to come through. So it's just something to have in the back of your mind, because it stays in the back of my mind. But other than that, hopefully that Prop 98 stays intact, and then if the 0.76 COLA, we're prepared to deal with that and so forth. And we know what we need to do on our side. Scott and I and the team, we've been talking about it and so forth. So
Yay.
All right.
I know.
Oh, pretty uplifting.
Yeah. Ithy.
I know, seriously. We should have planned that better.
Wow.
Well, thank you so much for
Yeah.
that report. Comments or questions?
I think I got most of them out during your
Yeah,
presentation.
yeah.
No, that's good. It's nice to be in the moment to have questions. So thank you.
I don't know that we've always historically had a presentation at this point. I think it's really helpful for us. So thank you. I mean, I know we always get data shared with us, but it was
Okay.
good that this was helpful to me. So thank you.
Oh, awesome. You're welcome. And I try to make it like as simple and like make it make sense. So
And your gut and expertise says we're on a good path. And
yeah. And like I said, we know know that we have to make, tighten up here and there. So that's we're already looking with that.
except for, all right,
The standard, yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
See what
right.
happens in the May revise. Huh?
That's, yeah, I'm.
Which they said it's supposed to be worse.
No, they don't know. They don't know,
Yes.
but it's,
Right.
yeah, it's kind of like, I always try to think of worst case scenario. So, but I mean, it could definitely, who knows, maybe it'll come out a little higher, but we don't know. If it's the same, we higher, so just gotta wait.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 7E, discussion regarding the updates of the LCAP.
All right, well, thank you. So glad to be back before you again. Tonight's LCAP bite is relative to goal 1. All students receive equitable, inclusive, culturally responsive, and rigorous high-quality classroom instruction with standard-based curriculum that promotes life, college, and or career readiness, specific to goal 1.2, professional development. So on January 8th, of 2024, which just seems like it's so strange to keep saying 2024. Our district had their professional development day at New Brighton Middle School. We have had the fortune of having that Performing Arts Center used for professional development for the past couple of years, and it's been so nice to kind of change the format that we're doing professional development there. And what we've done is we have decided to provide everyone breakfast. We're bringing in round tables with tablecloths, really making it look like a professional development. Kind of not professional, not that the professional development before wasn't professional. It looks like a professional event, right? And we're really giving a lot of attention to our staff that day. We bring in lunch. We try to set up the morning for some whole group work and then some splintered work in the afternoon based on people's interests. So on that day, we were fortunate to bring in some outside presenters and have some inside presenters. On the outside presenter kind of piece of it, we had Candace McIsaacs and Melissa Roberts, who have been our partners through the COE, through our culturally responsive teaching and the brain work. And then we had an addition this time, and that was Sanja Lowry, who works with Nicole Anderson and Associates through the Racial Justice Task Force. And she did some complementary work to the equity work that has been done with Candace and Melissa. We had some additional presenters come to us, Susan Denham and Barbara Huebner, who were previous teachers on special assignment in our district, who now work with the County Office of Education in the area of SEL and ELD. Came, and in addition, Heather Wygant, who is the County Office of Education Science Specialist, came and did afternoon sessions. Sue Robinson, one of our internal counselors that works at Santa Cruz Gardens, did an afternoon session. Teresa Lemos did some sessions in the afternoon, and yours truly did some of the sessions. So we had a pretty expansive day. Every topic kind of across the board is listed on the agenda that's attached to this memo. But from SPED 101 to for general education teachers to project-based learning. I was really happy to be able to do some training around restorative circles and how to provide a classroom experience where all the students, or you can do it with adults, kind of stand in a circle or sit in a circle, and they're given kind of a sentence stem, and the person like can add on like their thoughts about it. So everybody has a voice and they can see each other and they can respond to each other in that way. So, you know, it was a long day, 8:15 to 3:15, but I think it was a good day. You know, we serve a lot of people on that day. There's over 120 people who participate in that day. We also had some outside partners coming in to work with our woodshop teacher. But one of the things that I do on those days is I get a survey form out to our staff. We collect those results and it informs what we do the next time. And then we also look at our attendance rates. And our attendance rate was really high that day. We had very, very few people out that day. And that usually shows us two things. One is the people saw the agenda and they're like, yeah, I think that sounds good to me. Or, you know, I want to see my friends and I miss them. But we had a high attendance day. The only, I think, big issue for us was a facilities concern, and we just our heating wasn't working in the pack that morning. And so we were all bundling. We had hoods and hats and all that kind of stuff. And it wasn't because nobody was trying to fix it. Everybody was trying to get on it and trying to get it remedied. We'd just been gone for 2 weeks and didn't know. But I think the staff did a great job. And you know, I continue to look at our practice and continue to make it better, but you know, it's a large task. It's a really large task to really satisfy the interests of already a very strong and viable staff and meeting their needs where they are. So it's my bite.
All right. Comments or questions from the board?
I had two things to note. I was wondering, so when we went to the TSBA conference, one of the really neat things I saw on there that I thought would be cool to bring back here was about career trees. And I'm sure you probably know about it and probably a lot more than what I do, but it was something that really resonated with me and some other board members, I believe, in terms of trying to put something like that into practice in our schools. obviously leave it to you guys what level or what to do, but that was just one comment. Hope we can maybe explore that at some point in time. And then I heard, I'd gotten some feedback in regards to the PD on that day, and a lot of it was positive. There was a few comments that I think some of our staff might have felt a little marginalized with one of the slides, which kind of described, you know, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but if I can recall what they said, it was, you know, white people are the enemies of everybody else and Christians the enemy of everybody else, and you know, and
There wasn't any slide like that.
there wasn't.
No.
Okay, they sent me a picture of it. I can try to find it. But
Please send it my way because I saw every slide.
okay, okay. I think I sent it to Scott too.
I think you described it. I don't think I have the picture. If
I
I,
shot
if I do, I'll go back and,
Okay, well, I won't do it now, but
Yeah,
yeah, it was, and I just got a number of comments from people that said they thought they made them feel very uncomfortable in the meeting. So
I'd like to know in what session that was. And also
I
why,
think it was the morning session or something,
the general.
the general session.
and why they don't use the survey mechanism. Because it's anonymous.
Sure.
Interestingly, on the flip side, I heard some positive, great reviews on the day, and I appreciate in looking at the agenda at the choice options. I think that's probably hard to coordinate, that people get, you know, not only do we have important general sessions that everyone should attend, but then, yeah, you get to choose a few things, and doing that right after lunch is also lovely. So I appreciate that, and thank you. And thank you to all of your presenters, and I love the SPED 101, and I mean, all of you, there's so many great choices, but I bet again, some of the offerings from student services are probably extra appreciated because it can be really confusing and complex.
It can, and all of the afternoon offerings come from our pre-surveys. Like,
Okay.
what would you like more of? And what would you like to know more about? Nice. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just piggybacking, I bet that's really hard to have multiple sessions where people choose where they want to go. But I thought that was neat. And I really like that at the end of the day, there was, the collaboration time with the grade level. Sometimes from my own personal experience with PD, having more time to digest and talk feels like it sinks in.
Yeah.
So, but I know it's you want to jam everything in, so,
Well, it's actually really interesting that you mention it, and from an educator's perspective, because you know that digesting time is so important. That did come up in the survey. So in our April meeting, we weren't even planning that.
cool.
We've added more time to that
Cool.
collaboration.
Yeah.
But you know, I too am a collaborator, so you know,
Yeah.
I think that was a really easy adjustment to make.
And this is multi-school, right?
It's all
So-
of our district.
But so like all the first grade teachers in a room, I mean,
Mhm.
that's neat.
Yeah, I got the chance to work with all the TKK teachers during that time.
Cool.
And that was really fun for me, just because that's a grade level that I never taught. And I like to spend time with them and really trying to find that out. But it's so great for them to talk together and to be able to share practice and all that stuff.
I found the slide, by the way, so I'll send it over
Great.
to you. Yeah. Yeah, it says agents that, you know, people that are privileged are men. The target group is women and transgenders, the form of oppression is sexism. You know, white people are, the targeted group is, I guess, everybody that's not white, and that's racism. You know, Christians and the targeted groups, everybody else, and that's religious oppression. And it seemed the people that described to me was, you know, we were pretty much all privileged of the agent group. And it was kind of classifying the majority of the people in there that identified as this oppressive group feeling marginalized in the conversation because I don't believe they felt that they were oppressors or privileged in that way, considering I think most of them are struggling to make ends meet. And that, I'm just letting you know that was their conversation. I don't know why they didn't fill out the cards. I would have to assume they did, or maybe you didn't get anybody that had a problem with that, but
We didn't get that. That doesn't mean that we won't take a look at it. I think context is important also. And so without, sharing the entire wording, with the board, I think context is always an important thing to know.
And for full transparency, I'd like to say Robert did share the concern with me. Our passed it across for about a couple of weeks because I was out a few days, not to make excuses. And so I wish that I could have had that conversation, and we could have talked. So I apologize for that. Apologize for not bringing it to our attention sooner.
No, and I would never want to catch you off guard. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just one of those things that I think a couple people were like, hey,
I just want to own the off guard part. It's not on.
Gotcha. Yeah. They're like, I live in an apartment, I'm not doing anything to anybody kind of thing. And, I guess it made him feel a little bad about being born, certainly.
Never had a board conversation about PD go this way, so.
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next item is 7F. Board policy regarding visitors and outsiders.
So I really want to, before I start, give our executive assistant, Jen Del Carlo, a lot of credit for this. She's really done all the work on it. So I just get to have my name attached to it, which is a great system, I think. But thank you, Jen, for taking leadership on this issue. So through, I'd say 2 avenues, our County Office of Education experiencing an event. I don't really want to go into the details of the event because I don't want to give any particular group any notoriety that we really don't want to give them. So I will just say that County Office of Education experienced an event from a group in which our space was intruded upon, to put it one way, and not in a civil kind of manner, not in a matter of like, hey, we really have some questions. Is there somebody who could help us answer those questions? That is a public agency's mission, right? But to come in and really to kind of cause a scene, make people feel uncomfortable and invade their space. So our County Office of Education unfortunately experienced that. And County Superintendent shared that with the superintendents, gave us some tips on how it was handled, how maybe some things could have been in place to make things more comfortable for the employees there and protect the employees from having to experience it. And also through the executive assistance group that Jim participates in, that's also been a topic as well. So we have kind of these 2 streams to learn from. And one thing that we learned is that schools, through our board policy and administrative regulations, are appropriately protected from visitors and outsiders behaving in this way. And that should be the first and foremost thing, is protecting the place where students live and exist. But also our non-school facilities like the district office and like what the County Office of Education experience, they should be protected too, because these employees work hard. They don't deserve to be treated in an unfair manner. All of our employees, when it comes to engaging with the public and sharing appropriate information, will always make time to do that, or at the at the minimum, set an appointment with the appropriate manager and administrator to do so. And so this is a board policy that previously exists, and you can see some nothing that was on there has been changed. Just some additions have been added. Those additions come straight from the County Office of Education, and it's what they wrote their board policy to read. In addition to the board policy, we've also, I should say Jen, has also added signage around all of the places, because if you think about our folks are out in the open and they're doing sensitive work often, even the offices. We have the doors open because we have an inviting atmosphere, right? But there's lots of sensitive information, confidential information that exists in the papers on our desks and what's on our computers. And to have somebody come in and invade that space and, let's say, take a video or take a photo, it's not just that, well, one, it can make you feel uncomfortable, but more importantly, it can give access to very confidential information about students, about staff that should not be made public. And so we have appropriate signage now. We took the kind of the signage template that the COE recommended after their event. And if you walk into the district office now, you will see signage that says, hey, this is a protected area. If you'd like to make an appointment, that sort of thing, you can do that. And so it just provides some guidelines so that somebody just can't come in and say, hey, what are you working on right now? And take a video of it, right? That is what we're trying to protect against. So the additions to the board policy here is one part of it, to get that in policy, in code, so to speak, and also the signage is a companion piece. And so In no way are we saying we want to limit access to the public. In fact, we encourage the public. And I think if you walked into our district office, it's very inviting. We realize we work for the public, we work for the taxpayers, but we also have a duty to protect sensitive and confidential
Right, right.
information. And that's the essence of this policy and the changes to this policy.
This happened a normal workday or a board meeting?
No, normal workday.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
And
because
they
this
just
is,
walk-
Yep.
this isn't including the board. Where are we considered?
Well,
administrative?
board meetings are governed under the Brown Act, and we also have different board policies about meeting conduct. And so this is more geared towards the day-to-day operations of
Okay.
non-school facilities. The addition to this board policy is about non-school facilities. Board meetings, you know, we've had nothing major, but we have instances where we've had to kind of make sure we have good mechanisms in place to make sure the people in the audience are acting in a civil manner. So a little bit different.
Is there teeth to this? Can we call the police or with the authorities then
Yeah.
take action? Just making sure, because I've seen a lot of these videos where people come in and they just click, they're
Yeah.
trying to get clicks or whatever,
Right.
likes or something
Right.
for, and they just take a video in the
Yeah.
police station or something like
The
that.
COE didn't end up contacting law enforcement. And so having it, you know, in code ahead of time, just makes it, you know, so that we can have the confidence to do that. Of course, you want to use that as your last resort. And one of the thing I really appreciate about this county is like when something happens to a district or, you know, to the COE, we all learn from each other. Like there's a lot of vulnerability in that. It's like, hey, here's some things that went well, here's some things that didn't. And that's, I think, how you really learn. And so one of the things that, you know, they wanted to have in place is just, you know, what the first line folks, when something like that happens, what's the response? And so one thing they're offering is to kind of come and role play that out. Once we get our policy in place, now that we have our signage in place, to come in a friendly way, but to kind of play that role. If somebody came in, what would be your first response? You know, to be able to allude to the sign and say, if you'd like to make an appointment, it's just that much more confidence and centered everybody can feel rather than getting rattled. Because the kind of folks that are doing this, that's what they want to see. They want to see people get rattled.
Mhm.
For sure. Go Jen.
That's it. Any comments or questions?
Just curious, did PD suggest putting the penal code on the signs? Because I've seen schools with the penal code 626.7 on their signs.
Well, one thing we could do is, once this is board approved,
Yeah.
is post the board policy along with the signage. That's kind of a
That's
double
gonna
down
be-
and it includes that code.
I'll jump in. Thank you so much for all that you did in researching this. I think it's so important to protect our employees and have them feel like they're in a safe environment where they can get their work done. I'm wondering, maybe I just need to go visit and look at the signs, but if I'm maybe a timid parent, how would I look at the sign? How might a timid parent come into the district office, maybe not knowing, never, you know, having been there? How does it also feel welcoming?
So I will say that the signs don't stand out like if you walk through the door, it's not like it doesn't hit you like
Oh,
this.
yeah.
They're more like, you know, if it's like if this is my desk and there's a sign right here, it gives me something that I can
Right.
allude to, something
Yeah.
I can point to. It's not the first thing that hits you.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anybody since the sign's been even notice them, let alone be impaired by them.
Nice, because I feel like our district office is welcoming,
Mhm.
so to just have that as backup.
Yeah.
Nice.
And they're just like 8.5 by 11 size. They're not like
Yeah,
the big mission statement or anything.
yeah.
Have we ever
I was
experienced
gonna say-
anything like that before? Where anybody's coming in custody service?
Not on my, well, we've had people that aren't civil, but not this vein of an experience. No.
Okay. Well, preemptive.
Yeah, I think it's really smart, but I also appreciate that we are continuing with the opening language that we've always had, which is exactly what you said, Scott, right? We think it's important for people to come and take an active interest, and we are, you know, and we're welcoming and we encourage people to visit our schools and participate in our program. And then here's what we're doing to ensure everyone's safety, which is, right? Like we always talk about, students can't learn if they're not feeling safe, and back to Maslow's hierarchy again, and same thing for our employees. Make sure everyone understands clear guidance. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jen.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
Nothing on email. And we'll bring this back for a second reading next time and consent.
All right, sounds good. 7G, discussion regarding Prop 28, arts and music and school funding.
Okay, well, this is just a pleasure to be able to bring to the board as just a brief discussion item tonight. This Proposition 28 is relative to arts and music and school funding. It was a proposition that passed in November of 2022. And it is part of our California Constitution at this point. It is not soft money. It's not one-time money. It's 1% of the budget. And it's a guaranteed 1% of the budget. And I think it was just addressed a little bit in our budget overview. Can't take that back, right? It's money that has to be given to schools. The money is based on the 22-23 school year baseline data. And it's relative to our ADA with a algorithm associated with unduplicated students. And so for our school district, it's about $222,000 and has to be shared amongst all of our schools. So there's an apportionment for every single school. We don't decide what that apportionment is going to be. The state of California decides what that apportionment is going to be. If you wanted to take a look at what it is, you can click on the link that's embedded in the memo, the board memo here. Just a couple of other things that you might want to know about the proposition that I think are kind of interesting to note. Because it is part of the Constitution, it is not a grant and it's not soft money. It really calls out how money is to be spent. So 80% of the funding is to be spent on staffing, and that staffing needs to be properly credentialed staff. Those properly credentialed staff have to be credentialed in the area of the arts. So visual and performing arts in drama, music, art, or dance. And then there's, kind of some strands below those, but they all have standards and standard-based instruction methodology attached to them. So really this calls out kind of the seriousness with which the California voters decided they wanted this money to be spent. So it is for qualified teachers to do standards aligned instruction. It is also not money that can be just reallocated to something that you already have in place. So if you have a nice art program, you can't say, well, we're going to take this money and pay for that nice art program. Whatever program you produce as part of Prop 28 has to be in addition to or higher quality than what you currently provide. And so what that means is I can't just say, well, I want my art teacher to teach a higher quality art class. That's not what that means. What it means is if I'm teaching something like ceramics as an art, instructor or an art teacher, I can add a different mode of art to supplement that, but I can't supplant what I'm currently doing. So I'm not going to add another ceramics class. So it's just really interesting to me to kind of see how the state of California has interpreted what the voters wanted, and we're getting more information pretty much every month. I've been on 4 panel webinars so far to say, like, this is how we're interpreting what the governor is meaning. We're interpreting this is what the voters were suggesting that they wanted. That said, I think it's all for good purpose. Couple of things though, it requires a lot of thought. This will require our district to go through a transition plan. So we will be writing a VAPA transition plan, which will take us from where we are to where we'd like to go. Taking a look at all of the high quality things that we have now and how we supplement that, not supplant it. And so one of the pieces of that is, like, we've had some kind of internal meetings. We met with Callie the other day, and this is really just kind of say, do we understand it? And what do we know to be true? Then what we do is we started inviting people to the table. So the next people that we're inviting to the table are our current music, art, and science specialists to say, like, we know that the integrated arts program is what you've been kind of operating under now, and we want to leverage your interest, your concern, your value, all of those kinds of things that you offer our district already, just try to, make some recommendations and starting this plan. So I'm meeting with them tomorrow. I'm really excited about that. And then the next piece of it, obviously, will to be able, for us to be able to take some of what we know and some of our recommendations to the next level, and ultimately use, it's called a VAPA toolkit, and really kind of go through all of the check boxes. Like, have we considered, like, what, do we need to have, do we need to write a course? Do we need to write a job description? Do we need to, like, how do we start to, do we need to recruit? All of those kinds of things, we need to make sure that we have all of that in place in that transition plan. But the good news is that the money will be coming in the next probably month or so. And so it's not like we're making a plan with nothing. We're going to be making a plan with the allocation provided. It's not as much money as we're currently using out of ESSER to fund our integrated arts. Like, that's the downside. And so we're going to have to figure out how to navigate that. And it doesn't pay for science, right? Which science has been part of our integrated arts and integrated science program. So just kind of really thinking that through too. So I just wanted to share with the board, because I know there's a lot of community conversation about, like, how can we spend this money? Who's it for? And we are learning as we go. Every school district is learning as we hear more information. I think we're in a good place because we have arts interests in our hearts. Like, this is not something that's new to us. It's not like we're saying, oh, how do you do that? Like, we know what it is. And so I think we're poised to have really great conversations about it and make some good steps, but won't be in a minute. It'll take a little bit of time.
Great, thank you so much. Comments or questions?
So this all needs to be put in place 23-24. So if I'm reading this right, so it has to be done before June?
So the process starts this year, there are some districts that they may have not had any arts programs. They may not have had any visual and performing arts programs. And when they get their allotment in March, they may say, well, we want to hire someone today. The good news is that we have 3 years to expend the first allocation. Which means, like, if we get our allocation now and it's 25-26 that we actually get our plan completed, they don't take our money away, right?
Okay.
So they give you time to make a good plan. That's what I'm saying. They don't sweep it, as the term.
Right.
If I want to go back to that term. We want to do it well. We don't want to, necessarily say, today that we have all the answers, because we don't. We're going to have to talk to our educational partners. We're going to have to talk to our staff. We have to talk to families. But there's so many people that we need to work with to make this work. Plus, we're going to have to work with our home and school clubs, because they've been our partners all along in this process, and so it's really great that the state has, while they've given us so many constraints, they've also given us time. So.
How, is it limited to certain arts when they say music? Do we have kind of like a broad spectrum that we can explore, or is it really just, painting or music or, something along those lines? Is it narrowed focus? Is it defined?
Well, there's 4 component areas. So there's art, music, dance, and drama. But under those, they're vast. So like coding, is part of, like, those strands.
Oh.
So that's also part of the exploration, right? Like, how do we define what it is that we need and want? And do we have the properly credentialed people to do that? Because one of the things that they've talked about in the panel, and I won't belabor it, but we don't have enough qualified and credentialed people in the area of the arts to be able to fulfill all of the need, right? Like, we're 55,000 short. And so if you're 55,000 short, you can't just kind of choose this one niche area and never have a teacher to teach it. So you have to think about how all of that works together.
Going back to the very beginning, then $220 something thousand, was that a year or for a term of like 3 years?
Each year.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a real small little.
Less than I remember.
No, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it is always, it is based on the baseline data 22, 23. The other component I forgot to mention, and it's just probably something that you would assume to be true, but because there are finances attached to it, there's accountability reports required annually.
Thank you, voters.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Remember that.
Yeah.
Something I'm wondering about, so
Yeah.
I'm seeing the, you know, the options, dance, media arts, music, theater, visual arts. So each school is gonna choose that a discipline, or is that arts teacher gonna pick, like, we're doing dance for 3 weeks and then we're doing theater and then.
Well, it depends. So
It's-
it would depend on a couple things. One is, what is the school's interest? What is the teacher, if you have a teacher in mind, what are they credentialed to do?
Yeah.
You know, are they credentialed to do music and dance and art? Do they have supplementary credentials, you know, because supplementary credentials is different than a single subject credential. So can we take them down that avenue? So it's gonna depend on a lot of those things.
And then in my imagination, different schools might choose different avenues,
Mhm.
different, you know,
Yeah.
communities might be more interested in certain arts. Are we, I mean, are
This,
we?
this is, that's a great question, and the impetus for this law really was, we want our visual, you know, VAPA in schools. And we want them to be school-based, LEA-based decisions, right? It doesn't, you know, right now, we have a district program. We're very happy to have a district program. Many schools, school districts can't offer that. That's not the intention of this law. This law is to say we want the site to have the money and for them to focus their interest. And we want to support that, but we also want to be able to say the reason the law exists is for the interest of the school site that's actually using the funding source. So like, we're gonna push in, but ultimately each site may look a little bit different, just like so many other things that are different about our school sites.
Interesting.
Is it viable to get community involvement and somehow ask the communities around our schools or something like that, what they would be? Maybe you come up with like a, 10 ideas or something like that, and maybe we can float it out to the community and, have them have an input
Yeah,
on where they feel they are their students, in their schools need it. Because some, like you said, some schools might already have a great music program and they might not need more music instruction and might look for something else or something like that, just to get parent involvement.
yeah. Like I said, we're gonna be using the VAPA toolkit, and that really includes, like, how do you do community engagement? How do you do, strategic planning? How do you do all those kinds of things? We have a lot of parent interest and voice in the arts already. So I don't think we'll have any hesitation getting information about how our families feel. And we will have parent representatives as part of this hub group that we're starting. So it's it's just an exciting time to be able to think about things differently. I love what we have, but also too, this is a great funding source for us.
I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at the standards around the all the different disciplines, but I love how in-depth it's gonna be. I was a student of Kathy Warner at Harbor High. So she teaches dance like to this level, but I mean, that was really like a signature back in the 90s. Where and Kathy Warner like was really teaching you how to be a dancer and theater and arts. I mean, it's can be a profession.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how we're treating it with
Yeah.
this, which is really exciting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it,
really
like a
is.
trade school, like.
Yeah, that's
like a
actually
trade
where
or
this
something
is
like
headed.
that.
I mean, these
That's smart.
standards. Yeah, they're actual standards, like math standards or English standards in all these different subjects that they're
Oh, I
picking.
love it.
I know, that's neat.
Yeah, once you start diving in, it gets to
It's-
be really
yeah.
exciting.
And then just what's your opinion on if a school, like, I mean, I hear that this is 1% of the budget, that they're committed to it. if a school starts out with theater, but then we find this great visual arts teacher, I mean, is it imagining that maybe it can be a fluid thing, or is it?
The good thing about it
We're
is you have an
choosing.
annual plan. And so you have an annual accountability with an annual plan. So, and they haven't created the plan yet, of course. But what I imagine it being is something akin to the LCAP, to say like, these are where our needs lay. And then this is what we want to do about it. Like, this is, how we're gonna be moving forward. So I imagine that there is number one, site-based decision-making, but also some fluidity about, what resources are available and kind of the shifts of the school, just like we make shifts in the goals for language arts and math and all of those things.
Yeah.
This would be considered like an elective, like they could choose wood shop or Spanish or dance.
Well, not at the elementary level, we couldn't have like 6 teachers, right? So they'd have one choice. But at the middle school level,
But a different choice at different schools.
it could be,
Right.
yeah, it could be. At the middle school level, we already have such a great band program. We already have such a great art program. It would be adding a different, option.
Right, okay.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Just gotta find those qualified
Teachers.
professional,
I know.
teachers, yeah.
We're moving away from the bake sales to raise money for, I mean, I've got my war stories about bake sales to have libraries in schools, bake sales to have music and art in schools. There will always be a need for bake sales for something, but they're beautiful to have
Remember,
a dedicated funding stream for this. Yes.
we fought so hard to get Miss Megan at Main Street at the time, and I feel like we've come so far since struggling to get a music teacher, and have someone who's great, yeah, cool.
All right, thank you so much.
Nothing on.
All right, nothing on email. Moving on to action items. 8A, consider approving resolution of declaring property as exempt surplus land.
The most straightforward way that I can explain this is to reference page 87 of the docket first. It's where you'll see the little blue, and little orange pieces of property. We need that little blue piece, as we've talked about many times. And I've already referenced the New Brighton Field several times tonight as a priority project. We can make a field, but to make it the regulation size for that age group, that little corner of blue would be ideal. As you know, the city have been really great partners. And in principle, we all agree on this concept. I see somebody's battery died over there.
And I was just sharing, because I was like,
Oh, no, I can see this.
no, he's good. I already offered. Sorry to interrupt, Scott. I'm sorry.
No, it's all
I
good.
could read the fine print.
Okay, you got good eyes.
Yeah.
I just can't see far away.
Okay. I did.
The mayor of Capitola, Kristen, I believe,
Yeah.
was at she's running for supervisor.
Yeah.
Was at the conference that I went to
Uh-huh.
today. And afterwards, I had the pleasure of just saying hello,
Mhm.
and she says, "Oh my gosh, you guys are great. I can't wait. This is so good for the city and so good for the school." I mean, she was really excited about it and being a part of it.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I had said, they were very receptive when we went to the city council, so. This agreement in principle, so to speak, has to be formalized for many reasons. One, because there's government and education codes that cover it. Two, I always think generations from now, when none of us are leading the school district, we want there to be clear records in place, like how was that land swapped? In the old days, sometimes there was literally handshake deals. And we were left to kind of like, what happened? So we don't do that. And so with that very simple concept in mind, is that ultimately both parties are working towards swapping those two pieces of land, blue for orange, for all the purposes of serving students and community. Then we kind of backtrack. What's the proper, this is not something we do every day, right? Land swaps are not something we engage. We engage in student learning and teaching and testing. We don't engage in land swaps every day. So we sought our legal counsel, like what is the proper way to do this? One of the first steps is to pass a resolution, ask the board to consider passing a resolution to identify our pieces of land there, the orange pieces, as exempt surplus land. And so in order to And then that goes to a department that I had never been aware of before. But there is a California Department of Housing and Community Development. So that it gets submitted to them for approval. And then down the road, we consider an actual land exchange agreement. This is just the first step to be able to even consider that exchange agreement. And that is to identify that piece, those pieces of land as exempt surplus land.
And Scott, just to clarify on here, there's the orange and the blue, and then there's the light orange. That's just shading or? that has
Yeah, I
nothing
would
to do with the
consider
land
them,
swap?
both of those pieces of property are ours, right? And so I don't think there's any significant difference between the shades.
Are you talking about the, like where
That's
the
the dirt.
Yeah.
the dirt is?
Yeah, I'm just making
Oh, yeah.
sure, because
There's a strip along the back road there.
right, no,
Yep.
I just meant like, there's two spots. One looks like a house, one looks like this. I mean, if you look at
There's
the.
a triangle,
He's
so,
Yeah, he's.
oh,
noticing
yeah,
these, but
that's
yeah.
Monterey Park, so forget
Right.
Monterey Park. Go down, start with the little blue.
No, and I get it. I'm just saying for.
Oh,
the
thank,
record,
oh, for the record,
Because if
yes,
you look at orange on
Thank
my
you.
screen, those are
Thank
also
you.
shaded orange.
yeah, thank you.
Just making sure nobody says, oh, let's include that circle up there and that house.
A
up
random
there.
circle, yes, thank
Right,
you, yeah,
yeah.
good day, it matters, that's why the record matters, thank you, Robert.
Yeah, yeah, and there's also looks like a home over here that's.
Yeah.
Nice.
Probably shouldn't take it.
Yeah, we'll give you
Yeah,
that
sure,
home
take this
over
little bit of land.
Yeah, go for it, man.
The orange with the stripes.
Orange with the stripes, there you go, thank you. So the request is to have the board consider passing this resolution.
Well, great. Any comments or questions?
It's great.
I think I appreciate we had
Yeah,
the
yeah,
opportunity
really
to
good,
ask
yeah.
questions earlier and
Yeah.
dive in a little more
Yes.
earlier.
Come a long way from years ago,
Everybody's in it for the right reasons.
but I went Capitola Beach.
All right, do I have a motion to pass the?
I'll be happy to make that motion,
Right.
pass the resolution to
And I'll second.
exempt surplus land.
Okay,
Yada, yada, yada.
okay, and then a second,
Yeah.
all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, we're gonna do a roll call.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Donley.
Aye.
Trustee Dickinson.
Aye.
Trustee Edmondson.
Aye. All right,
Sing on email.
all right, thank you.
Wow.
That's
For
good.
that, the resolution passes.
Thank you.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, moving on.
Yes.
Okay, all right, last item, action item, consider adopting the 24-25, 25-26 school calendars.
Thank you. So I am back again to present the 24-25, 25-26 school calendars. There are a number of factors that are involved in determining what a school calendar will look like. And so our calendar committee, which is a subcommittee of our DLT, works to try to consider all of the variables associated with coming up with calendars. We have 10-month calendars, 11-month calendars, and 12-month calendars, depending on what your interest in is in our school district. So you could be a parent, a student, or an employee of the 10, 11, or 12-month calendars. And the team is comprised of membership from each of our school sites, classified and certificated members and parents. What we do consider, and the team is like really, we're a very, very thoughtful team. But some of the considerations that we take into account on these calendars are compensation, days of work, ADA, previous attendance rates, other school calendars for partnering schools, laws or statutory limitations, outside organizations, community events, national holidays, professional growth. All of those things are taken into consideration to do just one of the calendars for one school year. So when these are presented, they've gone through a lot of people's eyes and thoughts. So I want to give a big shout out to that team. Specifically Sandy Figueroa, who actually does all of the calendar configurations, the graphics that you see. And she also this year did the translations into Spanish. So as we present these to you for consideration of action and approval tonight, we just want to say, you know, we don't take this process lightly. We know our families have been chomping at the bit to get these days on their calendar so they can make plans for themselves. And we're really happy to be able to have them for you tonight.
Great, thanks so much. Questions or comments?
I'll just share again, appreciation to the calendar committee, because I know it's not an easy task. I love that we have it for 2 years. And I appreciate that our student calendars are also in English and in Spanish. And I don't know if that's,
It's the first time.
yeah, I think that's,
That's great.
that's really
Oh, I
helpful and
thought- okay. I
thoughtful
thought
and
it was always
inclusive.
like-
Yeah, and important. So thank you.
Yeah, like I said, Sandy Figueroa was responsible for doing that, and she's just amazing, as you all
Yeah,
know.
I mean, how else do you show how welcoming you
Yeah.
are than making sure that if a parent's primary language isn't English, that they truly, you know, see and understand the year's
Yeah.
calendar.
I have a question. I mean, back in my day, we didn't start school until after Labor Day.
Yeah,
And I tell that to my kids every year.
yeah.
I'm just wondering, what is the movement to start school in the middle of summer in August? Like, what
Yes.
is that?
Summer's changed.
It has
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
a different time now.
Totally.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think there's a number of factors that are involved with that. You know, speaking from, you know, a broader K-12 perspective, you know, we have students who we hope are going to be college ready, you know, career college ready. And what that means is we do need to take some guidance, you know, from what the students who are preparing for that college, you know, entrance have to go through. And so our colleges expect for students to have passed their AP exams before, you know, the beginning of January, which means that that's done before December. And that applications are, you know, kind of due in the fall. And there's all kinds of things that movement started in the field of our kind of K post-12 education system. And so I think there was initial impetus for the high school specifically to kind of shift back their calendar. And to shift back their calendar is fine, but when we're in a union, an elementary union school district, and we don't have high schools, we have to partner with the interest of our high school, our sister district, right? And so to do that, we have to think about, like, how do we align for families what the calendar can look like? So that's one of the reasons, is that we really need to make sure that our families can take vacations together, that they can have daycare that's properly, you know, considered, all of those kinds of things. And I think, you know, the other thing, you know, too, is that once you shift your calendar, and we shifted our calendar a couple of years ago, the implications for our employees becomes greater. So, without getting into all the nuts and bolts of it, because Allison could probably speak to it with much more fluidity than I can. But once you change a person's starting date from 1 month to another, changing their end date from, like, backing it up shortens what their number of years of service into retirement is. And so if you ever go back again, you kind of shift everybody's ultimate compensation and retirement date, which is not great for our staff. So there's just all kinds of things that when you start the train going down the track, the train's on the track. So those are just a couple of things. I mean, I think there's just other things, you know, to think about too. You know, we have an interest, you know, definitely in having a summer school, you know, a summer school program. Our summer school program has gone for 6 weeks. With this year, and I'm just giving this year as a kind of just a gauge. When we stop our school year and go into summer school, we can get our whole allotment for our extra days of expanded learning opportunity program grant funds before July 1st. When is the last day we can spend the money. So it gives us that benefit on that side. So it's just kind of a multiple factor reason. None of which, looks like when we went to school.
Yeah. And so there's not like a required number of days that's greater than when I was a kid. It's not like it's not coming from the state.
180 days.
180
It's not
days.
coming from the state.
150 or 160, because I always remember we get 3 months off during this, and I
Yeah,
get this, but we had 3 months off during the summer.
yeah.
So does that correlate to like less student, because I know it says on here 180 days. Did it used to be 150?
That's something I can't speak to with intellectual capacity, but I would say I felt like my summers were long, but I never, I always went to summer school, so like every day was school. But 180 days are what our students engage in, and our staff has 185 days, and that's been the case for a long time. I mean, I've been in the field of education for 25 years, and I can't remember it being different than that in that time. But then I'm old, so when I was a kid, I'm not sure how I remembered how many days I went to school.
Well, I remember how much summer I got. I don't remember how much school I got, but I remember I got a lot of summer. Yeah.
It's just the way the days are spread out.
Really?
Yeah, because you're backing
Really?
into that 180, and then you got to take vacation days and weekends
I
out.
wonder if we have more holidays or something.
But I mean, it all comes down to the number of school days, and then everything else is subtracting that from 365. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there are, unique things like this year's calendar committee, as Jessica alluded to, did a really good job of taking a look at seeing what are some of those months that tend to be long months, like October, and seeing if we can build in, some
I
days in
noticed
there.
that.
Yeah.
October 14th
Yeah.
is a.
But I will, if it's okay, I would just piggyback on what Jessica said and said the real impetus for the early start, I mean, quite, directly was city schools. And so they moved theirs, and it was all student centered. Having gone through that, I remember it very vividly. And they were really concerned. They were getting input from many of their high school students who were saying that when the first semester didn't end before winter break, those students would often be really preoccupied over winter break with studies, conscientious students. And when we try to educate the whole child, we try to balance academics first, but also there's time to be with your family and not be consumed with finals that are coming up in January, right? And so do we do everything exactly the same as city schools? No, this will not be an exact replica of the city schools calendar, but those big benchmarks, like when winter break comes and when summertime comes, is important that the families we share have those big benchmark items similar in the calendar. So it was very student centered, and I do remember there was a lot of conversation around moving it so early in August. But yeah, it's the same 180 days, just how you configure it.
Yeah.
And we get another day this year. Leap year.
Yeah, that's right.
Every election year, every 4 years, election year, 6 hours, I think we're off or something like that. Catch up.
And then like staff input or surveys, or you guys got.
Yeah,
lots
everybody gave their input, which is always fantastic. And what we've seen in some years is everybody seems to agree, and in other years, not everybody does, and we take the majority of people. And so, but that information we don't collect. Our union partners collect that data. They go through that data. They talk with their constituency groups, and then they bring it to us. So it really is, I think, a grassroots type of process that we use. We don't say like, this is the calendar we want. You guys decide if you want it. We really talk about everything, including day-to-day data. Like, do kids come on the day after Halloween? Do they come on the Tuesday after, there's a President's Day? We looked at all of that.
Yeah,
Great. Anything else?
it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of calendars.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's even a bus driver calendar. Lead bus driver calendar, psychologist calendar. Wow.
Can't wait to see the board trustee calendar.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks to the committee for all that work. So do I have a motion to pass?
I'll make the motion.
The resolution, a second?
I'll second.
Great. Roll call.
Not a resolution, right? Yeah, we're just.
Action.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. It passes, yay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Any correspondences?
very briefly, I noticed we all got a really nice invitation from the County Office of Education to celebrate their school community on Thursday, February 29th. So thanks to the COE for giving that to us.
Awesome, and I will make this quick, but a letter from the COE. Congratulations to the district and to Allison, but our budget passed. Yay! All right, do I have a motion to adjourn? And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned at, wow, 10:04.